Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, stream? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are well. Seems like it's a pretty big day today. I guess my feeling was right last night. That's pretty cool. I need to step AFK for a few minutes, probably 3 or 4 minutes, real quick. I'm just trying to finish something up before I sit down for the evening. It does look like we got the mastery system. We also got some fixes. We're going to go over them briefly, and then we'll jump into the game. I'm in the game currently. I have not looked at the mastery system. I don't know anything about it. I've been waiting for this moment. But just give me a few minutes for me to step AFK, and I'll be right back. Okay, are we good? We're good. We're good. We're back. Got a drink. We got the AC on. All right, let's see what's going on. We gotta get comfortable. It's a big day. I gotta have patience. I don't know if I gotta have faith, but I gotta have patience. Okay. So, we're early. I know some people probably aren't here, so I'll preface this in case you happen to catch this VOD after the stream. We are 2 hours early. I ended up getting off work early because I had to have my car into the shop. I got notification that the mastery system is in the game, so here we are. Anyhow, real quick. We have a message from the CEO, Chris Rowan of Pantheon. We'll go over this, then we'll go into the detailed patch notes, then we'll go into the game. Hopefully the game doesn't kick me out. Okay, so a message from our CEO. Before diving into Mastery, which is shipping in early form to the public test realm today, I'd like to update you about when the full combat and progression update will ship to production servers and the accompanying wipe. So they are talking about the new servers that are supposed to replace Stormona. Or at least the reset of Stormona and the other servers. We have decided to postpone the wipe. That makes sense. Before anybody starts whining and complaining about it, I already knew this was I knew this was coming. Their combat's not ready yet. They're still working on the first floor of the house, right? Foundation is made. They're building the first floor. There's nothing we can do except wait till they finish the first floor. Okay. Expect to see 11 classes with mastery on the public test realm by July 17th. So this is interesting because they give a specific date. That means it's more than likely going to be a sure thing. They're probably giving themselves a month in advance to do whatever finagling they have to do on their end before they push it to the server. Monk and Necromancer will come a little bit later. Now, we do have the content update coming in the summer. With that said, I believe if they stick to their timeline, the content update should bring in Badia Dakara and a couple other regions. Possibly Fairthale, based on their roadmap they posted a few months ago. With that said, it could be they're waiting for the Necromancer, because Darkmere are going to be able to roll Necro. Darkmere are going to start in Badia Dakara, I think. So, that could be a thing. They're not going to start with the summer update, I don't think, but that's initially where they're supposed to go. That's the aquatic theme. Hey, Inumi, is there PvP? Yes, the PvP server, it's not very populated at the moment. PvP is not a priority, but PvP is in the game. There's a PvP server, it's Wild West. There is no PvP here on this server. This is the PTR, this is the public test realm. What they're doing is they're building what's going to be the full release of the game. So yes, there is PvP. No, it's not here. Okay, so please log into the PTR, try the classes in Mastery, and provide your feedback. Expect several weeks of updating, testing, and tuning. Well, that's already been happening. Once it's properly tuned, we'll wipe the production servers and release updated combat and progression there. Okay, so they're going to do the wipe before they get any other content in. I thought they were going to finish the continent, but I guess they just want to get the combat and progression ready. That's kind of cool. That'll put everybody on the same page. We will publish the new wipe, combat and progression update, and Badia Dakara target dates as soon as possible. Yeah, see? Told you. Badia Dakara. Okay, those are the highlights. We don't want the highlights. We want the actual notes. These are the notes. About the PTR. The PTR, oh, we don't need to read this. We don't need to read this. It's about bugs. But yeah. In this update introduces the Adventuring Mastery System and Class Mastery trees for Warrior, Paladin, and Dire Lord. It also includes tuning adjustments for classes, combat, and items up to level 20. Mastery System. Warriors, Paladins, and Dire Lords may now access the Mastery System beginning at level 5, which makes sense because once you hit level 5, you get your starting 5 points, and then you get 1 point thereafter until 50. Players using the classes may access the system by using the Mastery button in the Codex. For additional information on how to navigate the Mastery UI, please view the developer diary located here. Please note that this is an early iteration of the Mastery UI as well as the class mastery options for each of the classes. So nothing is final. So if we get in here and we start whining and complaining because certain upgrades are in the wrong place as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to make note but I'm not going to automatically conclude that this is the be-all, end-all layout, okay? Let's just get that straight. The main things I'm looking for on the defense side, threat, mitigation, that's it. Threat and mitigation. On the other side, all the DPS, your bleeds, your DPS. No threat, and no mitigation, right? That's what you want for the offense, no mitigation. Please note this is an early iteration. Oh no, we already read that. Level cap. The level cap will remain at 20. I figured that. Testing focus. Combat testing 1 to 20. Master user interface. So they're not looking for feedback on, it sounds like feedback the abilities themselves, just how you're feeling with the interface of the mastery system. Solo and group adventuring gameplay throughout the game, okay? Remember, we're not soloing on the warrior anymore. I mean, we have like 20 points to distribute, so we'll probably take the 20 points and put them into something and then go out and kill some trash and see what happens. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue where NPCs that were entering combat could become stuck in place until the target moved. That's cool. We experienced that yesterday and the day before, I believe. Fixed an issue where charmed NPCs were doing half their intended damage. We talked about that too. That was their auto attack. Fixed an issue that was causing numbers and some ability and buff descriptions to display incorrect values. That, I think, was the bug I noticed yesterday down here in the bottom right in the combat log when the Dire Lord was using their blood debt. There was a thing that came up in brackets. I think it said, like, invalid target data. I'm assuming they fixed that. Fixed a problem that was causing the walls and roof of the Usharuk's pavilion in Hangor to fail to render properly. Interesting. Who's out at Usharuk's place at level 20? Rogues, probably. Fixed an issue that was causing some combat effects to stack inappropriately. Fixed an issue that was causing the minimum and maximum damage numbers in some tooltips to be reversed. I didn't see that. Fixed a problem that was causing abilities that deal additional damage when behind the target, such as the rogue ability. Okay. Corrected an issue that was causing some spells to be able to be cast even when the caster did not have enough mana to cast them. Oh, I didn't know that either. Okay, classes. The skills lists for several classes have been updated to include missing skills. Interesting. Dire Lord. Splatter should now properly apply bleed effects to the area around the target. Thresh and Flesh Carver now require the Dire Lord to face their target in order to use the ability. That's cool. That's how it should be. Druid. Multiple druids should now be able to use their ignite spells on the same target. Panic Animal may now only be used on animals. Good. Removed invalid references to damage from the description of Preserver's Wildfire. I don't know what spell that is. What spell is Preserver's Wildfire, chat? Any druids in chat? Is that just like a nuke? Like a druid direct damage? Or is it a dot? Enchanter. All enchanter buffs may now be cast on more than one target at a time. That's cool. It's a front cone heal. Thank you. Good to know. The damage of strange magic has been significantly reduced. So this was the broken spell that the enchanters have been using the past week. So the damage has been significantly reduced. It's also been changed to a 6-second cooldown instead of the 10-second we talked about yesterday. So 6 seconds, less damage. Previously also damaged enemies. Okay, gotcha. Charm will now use the augmentation skill. That's interesting. Isn't manifestation something in the game? Wouldn't? Well, okay, I guess augmentation. Manifest would be a summons, I guess. Yeah, okay, alright, I get it. Augment would be a change. Yeah, okay. The charm spell is now only effective on humanoid opponents. That's interesting. Wonder why they made that change. Okay. Not that I'm trying to talk up charm. Y'all know my opinion on charm. When charm breaks, the NPC will now attempt... Oh, hang on. The cooldown for the charm has been reduced to 6 seconds. So does that mean when charm breaks, charm goes on a cooldown for 6 seconds? I'm guessing that's what it means, right? When charm breaks, it goes on cooldown for 6 seconds. So your group will have 6 seconds to figure something out. When charm breaks, the NPC will now attempt to attack the enchanter, unless the NPC is too far away from a spawn point, in which case it will leash. I told you guys, I talked to you guys about this a few days ago. I already knew that was going to happen. The visual effect for the charm spell has been updated. Cheap mastery upgrade may be able to Yeah, chances are that's probably what it'll be. And if not that, it'll be like, it will definitely be a buff to charm, because I feel they've done the same thing with the warrior. They took some of our abilities and broke them apart. I'm not happy with them, but I'm pretty sure they put them behind the mastery system. I could be wrong, but we'll figure that out when we go in and go over it. Sheesh, who comes up with these titles? Oh, the stream title? You like that? Dude, it took me 5 seconds. It took me 5 seconds. I was listening to a podcast today, and they were giving their review on He-Man Masters of the Universe, and apparently it's phenomenal. So when I got home, I got the notification that the mastery system was in game. So the first thing I thought was Master E. Master E. Masters of the Universe. Master. Ooh, Krushnek. Ooh, Crush Dash Neck. He-Man. Crush. So there you go. So it's my ridiculous space up here. That's what, and then if you pay attention to the tag, it says "Thank you very much," because the mastery system in game is only for the tanks in the game. So that's on purpose as well. If anybody didn't catch it, yeah. I know it's corny. I don't care. I thought it was hilarious when I thought it up. Whatever. Okay. Note: additional refinements for charm are planned for future updates. Again, that's probably mastery window. That's why the Enchanter's Mastery system is not in game at the moment. So you're probably right there, Vendini. The ability icons for Fixate, Mez, and Chaotic Flux have been updated to be more visually distinct from each other. The threat generated by Fixate and Mesmerize has been reduced. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. Man, the Enchanter's supposed to get the attention. It's how they smarten up. Man. The cooldown for Fixate has been removed, and the duration has been increased by 3 seconds for each rank. Okay. The cooldown for Mesmerize has been reduced to 2 seconds, and the duration has been increased by 3 seconds for each rank. So 258. 258, 11. It was a fourth. Probably isn't. So 258. The level limits for the different rank of Fixate and Mesmerize have been increased. The abilities may now be used on slightly higher level targets than previously. That's interesting. It's kind of cool. Keep in mind, I'm still going to, there's still a chance it'll break. The sustained mana drain associated with Fixate and Mesmerize has been removed. Well, sir man, make the Enchanter easy, why don't you? Arcane Chords. Oh, Arcane Chords 1. Arcane Chords, that's the root, right? Pretty sure that's the root. Should now have a duration of 20 seconds, and the duration increases by 5 for each new rank. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad when you think about it. If there's 3 ranks, you're talking about 15 seconds, so 35 seconds. They want the TTK to be roughly 45 seconds, so that kind of lines up with hurry up, finish the mob. You're going to have 5 to 10 seconds of additional aggro. The damage of Chaotic Flux has been reduced slightly to be more in line with similar spells for other classes. Okay, Paladin. The duration of Armor of Faith has been increased to 60 minutes. That makes sense. Excuse me. Ranger. Hamstring Trap is now available at level 1. Oh, that's cool. That's their snare. Okay, Rogue. This should be interesting. Springwire Trap 1 is now available at level 4. Additional ranks of Springwire Trap now have the appropriate numerals in their names so that rogues can more easily tell them apart. The base damage of Bloodletter has been slightly increased, and the cooldown for the ability has been removed. Placing an explosive trap should no longer break Shadow Walk. That's cool. Fan of Knives should now only damage enemies and not the rogue themselves. Dude, We were grouped the other night, and the rogue couldn't figure out, or the healer couldn't figure out what was going on, but the rogue kept taking damage, and aggro wasn't changing, and we couldn't figure out for the longest time what was happening. And then they just asked the rogue casually, "Are you taking damage?" The rogue's like, "No, why would I take damage?" And then they realized Fan of Knives was damaging themselves and their targets. So yay. Happy for rogues. The venomous toxin should now apply the correct effect to weapons. The typo in the name of the ability, the poison, and its effects has also been corrected. Never challenge a rogue to a game of Scrabble. Oh, somebody typed too fast and misspelled something. Increase the duration of all toxins to 60 minutes. Toxins aren't crafted, right? Toxins are abilitied or created, manifested? Or do you buy them? I don't remember. Any rogues in chat by chance? Or anybody who knows? Flash bombs should now more reliably stun targets for the full duration. That's cool. Opportunism should now properly apply its effects to the rogue. Blackjack Kick no longer generates opportunity points. Oh, interesting. Is that because Blackjack Kick comes up too fast, maybe? Shadow Walk is now available beginning at level 2. That's cool. Slightly increase the damage of Veiled Strike. Okay, Shaman. The descriptions of higher ranks of Replenish have been updated to better match the descriptions of the lower ranks of the ability. Replenish should now stop casting if the Shaman's mana gets too low during the channel. Different ranks of Echo of the Rainlands will now share cooldowns. Oh, they'll share cooldowns, so you can't stack them. Okay. Fix an issue that would cause Primordial Curse to fail with the error not enough mana. Bury the Past should now work properly with Mantle of Mist 4. Rushing Waters 2 should now properly heal the target. Warrior. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Warrior. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm going to contain the whining. Commanding Strike and Mocking Blow should now properly share cooldowns at all ranks for both abilities. Okay, I thought that's what was supposed to happen. Higher ranks of Quell should now function correctly. Okay, I'm not sure about this. I don't know how they were functioning incorrectly. Shield Block should no longer tell you that Quell is ready for use unless you actually have the Quell ability available to you. I never noticed that. Interesting. Okay, itemization. Added several new items to named NPCs in Thrown Fast and Wild's End. Added several new... That's why people were looking for the fort earlier. They want to see what the 3 fort names drop. Okay. Updated several rare drop items in level 1 to 20 areas. Cleaned up and consolidated the loot tables for many low-level NPCs. Increased the armor values for many low-level armor items. Removed a test function on the Festering Staff that was just a little too strong. Updated many vendor purchase items to use new damage and armor values. By the way, they also changed the price of Tier 1, so if you go to the Weapon Master now, you're not paying 34 silver in the beginning. I think it's down to 11 silver right now. So kudos to them for making that change. Reduce the price of low-level vendor items. Oh, yeah, there you go. Reduce the price of low-level vendor items and increase the coin drop on low-level NPC names. So names only. Mail system. Claiming items from mail now takes a player's bags into account. That's cool. Fixed a bug which could cause the mail window to become unresponsive. Not cool. I mean, cool, but not cool. Mastery. Added the Master User Interface, which can be accessed via the Codex beginning at level 5. Codex being your spellbook. Enabled class mastery for the tanks. Note, the mastery system as well as the class mastery trees will continue to receive updates as refinements are made and additional functionalities brought online. Additional classes will be enabled in future updates. Okay. NPCs that can use the Replenish ability should no longer gain infinite benefits for themselves and their allies. Oh, dude was talking about that last night in the group. User interface, confirmation dialogue for no trade items, that's cool. Confirmation dialogue when trying to bind on equip. Okay. World. Fixed missing collision on several walls in the Barrow Dark. Fixed missing collision on several rocks in Thronefast. Removed several rare varieties of floatweed that had infested parts of Wild's End, and replaced them with normal ferns that grow from the ground. Adventurers should be advised that there is no known alchemical use for floatweed extract, despite rumors to the contrary. So, was floatweed just plants that weren't attached to the ground? They must have been. Updated some class trainers at Sky Durban. Fixed an area in Eastern Plains where characters would not properly transition to swimming when entering the water. Okay. Okay, pretty straightforward. So again, we ran to the Weapon Master. You can see here, Tier 1 is no longer 34 silver. Looks like they changed some of Tier 2 also. Oh no, I guess it's Tier 1. Great Hammer. Is there a Great Hammer before then? No. No, that's all Tier 1. Okay. So yeah, so 34 silver down to 11. And you can see 17 silver instead of 34. Then 34 up here. And if we come over here, you're looking at... Oh, that's interesting. Why is that on both tabs? That needs to be fixed. It's right there. Oh no, field point arrows. Wait a minute. 2 physical damage. 2 physical damage. Okay, guys. That needs to be changed. So that's one issue. Put the arrow over here. 5 damage. Yeah, see? So if that's the case, this Tier 2 arrow should be 3. Probably. And then the 3 one that drops out in the world could probably get away with being 4. But they got the same arrow with a different name on 1 and 2. That's a mistake. Okay, here's another issue. Trainee's round shield, 3 armor. My understanding was they were removing AC. I guess they're not removing AC. AC is going to be a thing. So we have 3 AC there for the Tier 1. We have 6 AC for the Tier 2. We have 3 AC for the round shield, which is the smaller version of the kite shield. But over here for the soldier's round shield, we have no AC. So that needs to be updated. The kite shield has 9, so that probably needs 3, 6. It would have to be higher, so 7. Probably 7 for the round shield, 9 for the kite. Okay. All right, here we go, chat. We're gonna look at the masteries now. Gotta open up. Okay, so we have 30 mastery points. I'm sure, because we're level 20, I'm sure we're only going to be able to use 20 of them. Our shield block is still garbage with the shield on. So 3%, 3.4%. Alright, let's go take a look. So my understanding is we can highlight any ability and hit mastery, and it should bring up the whole window. No matter what you click on, you should always get the same window. So let's go ahead and take a look. Dude, this looks so EQ2. Just the art style, the way, oh, dude. Path of Exile and EQ2. That's much bigger than I thought it was going to be. I thought there was only going to be 2 or 3 branches here, 2 or 3 branches here, 2 or 3 branches here, and they all had multiple levels to them. Look at this. Can I move this up and down? Oh, I can. Oh, look at this over at the end here. Oh, I see Storm. Wait a minute, that's the graphic for shield block. Is this defense? Oh, this must be defense. Taunt. Guarded. Oh, they put, wait. Okay, yeah, cleave and pulverize, or, oh, wound the weak is what it's called. Okay, so this is the DPS side. This is the defense side. I have to look at the screen to see if it tells me so I don't look foolish. No, okay. So there's an option to refund all points. It tells us we have 30 points available, and press and hold on the ability in order to use the point. So we're going to look at the offense first, and then we'll go to defense. Because we're going to be going defense. Can I zoom in? I can zoom in. All right, so my understanding is these icons here in the middle, in this circle, specifically change the ability. So whatever that is, these are like your primary modifiers to change your class, either defense or offense. Then everything else outside of this is a build onto those. That's my understanding. Now, I could be wrong, but we're going to go through and see, okay? All right. So this is the bash icon. So empowered bash and shield bash allows your bash or shield bash abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you have spent. The bash ability is used for both warrior mastery branches. Bastion warriors may transform this ability into shield bash. Okay, so I think I was right. They put upgrades for bash through the mastery, and this is what it is. This is probably going to have multiple ranks to it, and each rank is going to increase, I'm guessing, the success rate. Hey, Yezi, you got in? Yes, I've been in for a while. I've been in for probably about an hour and a half. I just had to run around and get some stuff done. I got home really early today. I had to take my car into the shop, so I got home really early. When I got on, the server wasn't available, but I kept trying, and I think it took like 7 tries, and I managed to get in. Yes, the red circle in a line means that the server's been taken offline because it's at max. I would genuinely tell you to be patient and keep trying. I know you're going to get the login monster for 2 minutes or a minute and a half every time, but trust me, be persistent, you will get in. Okay, Empowered Strike of Breaking. Allows your Strike of Breaking abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you've spent. The Strike of Breaking ability is used by both warrior mastery branches. So that's 2 abilities right now that are used by both. I wonder if that's going to be synonymous with all 10 abilities in the middle circle there. I'm trying to think what would be the Jekyll and Hyde to each of those. Okay. Empowered Quell allows your Quell abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you've spent. The Quell ability is used by both... Wait, what? How does Quell help in offensive... What? Quell is threat. Why would they give that to an offensive warrior? I don't know. Empowered Hammering Blow allows your Hammering Blow abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you've spent. The Hammering Blow ability is unlocked through the Warrior Bastion branch, so that's defense. Okay, so the 2 in the middle must be unique to defense and offense, and the 8 around are Jekyll and Hyde. Yeah, both mastery branches, both... Nope, Warlord. Well, wait a minute. Both warrior branches. Bastion. Both warrior branches. That's not cool. How are you going to give offense unique abilities over here, and we got to share? I'm hoping that's a typo. These guys need to play with themselves, and these guys need to play with themselves, and there needs to be no intermixing. Don't quote me on that. Okay, Empowered Rupture. Oh, actually, did we read this? We didn't read this. Empowered Mighty Blow. So Mighty Blow is the ability that when you click it, if you have 5 battle points, it'll take 5 seconds, use all 5 battle points, and hit for the most amount of damage that it can. It'll tell you what the damage rating is. It could be 100 to 136. So what will happen is you won't necessarily always hit for the minimum because mobs are going to mitigate a certain portion of the damage. So for example, if your tooltip tells you 113 to 126 for your min-max, and you go ahead and fire it off with 5 battle points on a mob, and it shows in your combat window you did 100 points of damage, you think to yourself, wait a minute, my minimum's supposed to be 113. Why'd I hit for 100? Pay attention to the mitigated value, because the mitigated value might be 10, which means you actually hit for 100, well, let's say 14. So you hit for 114, which is 1 point more than your 113 minimum, right? So pay attention. Okay, Rupture. This is one of our new abilities. This is our Bleed. Allows your Rupture, the more points you have. The Rupture ability is used by both mastery branches. I don't know how I feel about that. But you can see the Rupture icon here on the left, and you can see the Rupture icon here on the right. And unless on the defensive side it has a Bleed and Threat, and on the offensive side it just has Bleed, I don't know. Okay. Okay. We gotta be cool. No panties in a twist. Alright, Empowered Punish. Oh, wait a minute. Punish is coming into the game? Punish is Quell. What? Punish ability is unlocked through the Warrior Warlord. Wait, so the Warlord gets both Quell and Punish? That's gotta be a typo. Punish is damage and a battle point. Quell, I believe, is threat and a battle point. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's not cool. Alright, Empowered Cleave. Cleave ability based on how many points you've spent. The Cleave ability is used by both trees. I don't know why that would be a thing. Cleave is a bad idea for a defensive warrior because it utilizes too many battle points. I don't like that either. I don't like that being available for both. I think that's a bad decision. You cleave with a two-hand weapon. You don't tank with a two-hand weapon. The warrior's supposed to be a shield tank. This doesn't make sense. Empowered War Lariat. So this is new, and this is not in the game. The War Lariat is unlocked through the Warrior Warlord. Okay. And then Assault is available through both. I could see that. It's a DPS ability. Although, yeah, it's a DPS and battle point ability. Okay, let's go into this now. How do we want to do this? I think we'll do this by radials. So we'll do these first, then we'll do these, then we'll do these. So we're going into the offensive side. Can I get the whole thing? We want to see the graphic. Alright, so this graphic is new. Skillful Strikes. Increases the damage of your techniques by 5%. I thought they removed techniques. Wording? That's interesting. I'm pretty sure they removed techniques. Break Focus. Increases the physical damage Bash deals by 5% and increases its... If I had Joppa sound effect for crowd applauding, I'd hit it right now because I was right. This is what I said. This is what I said a month ago when I first saw Bash. That's exact. I knew they put. Oh my good. Okay, whatever. We're gonna keep going. Efficient Swings. Cleave now costs 1 less battle point. Cannot combine with Sweeping Strikes or War Lariat. Wait. So the defensive warrior gets Cleave at 2 battle points, which they can't afford to use because their banners are going to take 2. They only have 5 to begin with. Taunt and Interrupt are battle points. That makes 7 when we only have 5. We miss, so if we miss with the generator, it takes us longer to get the battle points back to you. Oh, chat, help me. I don't like that math. The math ain't mathin'. Okay, whatever. Let's go. Lingering Wound. The bleed effect of Rupture now lasts for 2 extra ticks. That's pretty good. Wound the Weak. Mighty Blow deals 5% increased damage against targets that are bleeding. Ooh, combo. That's interesting. And it says bleeding in general as the state, so it doesn't just need rupture. It could be like a rogue bleed, or I think the Necro has a bleed of some sort. I guess any ability that puts bleed on a target. So the warrior will have to watch for that and not spam it. To capitalize on damage, they're going to have to wait until there's a bleeding icon on the mob. Which means they'll have to get familiar with what those icons look like. It's pretty good, because not everybody's going to catch it. Banner's reach. Increase the area of effect of your banners by 5 meters. Oh, okay. I think that should increase banner time, not necessarily range. The 10 meters already is fair enough. Increase the range of Javelin by 5 and reduces cooldown by 2. I don't know many offensive warriors that are going to use Javelin. Javelin is like a pulling ability or a ranged ability. So I guess if you had an offensive warrior in your group as not the tank, I guess you could have them pull and use Javelin. But it doesn't do any significant threat or damage, so I can't see it being used in any other situation. Rolling Storm increases the range of Storm by 2 meters and reduces its cooldown by 2 seconds. Increases the range by 2 meters and reduces its cooldown by 2 seconds. Okay. Relentless Assault increases the damage of assault ability by 5% and reduces its cooldown by 1 second. What's the cooldown normally? I think it's 8 seconds, right? I think it's 8 seconds currently. Alright, this is locked. I'm assuming this is locked because you need a certain... Yep, you need a certain number of points. Okay. Charging Mighty... Oh yeah, that is the outer. Okay. Charging Mighty Blow for at least 4 battle points will knock the target down for 3 seconds. Mighty Blow deals an additional 5 increased damage that are bleeding. Oh, wait a minute. Damage against targets that are bleeding. Okay, so there's 5% there, and they give you another 5% here. There's also the knockdown. I would think the knockdown would be more beneficial. Now, a person could say, well, you could take both. Yeah, you could, but we haven't been through the rest of this, so we don't know what's up here and what's down here. Okay, so now we're going to the middle radial, which is everything between this line and this line. Skillful Strikes 2 increases the damage of your techniques by an additional 5. Okay. Two-hand Specialization. Increase the damage you do with two-hand weapons by 10%. Interesting. Piercing Weapon Proficiency. Increases your hit chance with piercing weapons by 2%. I'm guessing that's going to have multiple stacks. There's no way that's a flat 2%, nothing else. So that'll probably have 5 stacks. So this is going to look like EverQuest 2. Yeah, it's going to look like EverQuest 2. Skullringer. Bash has a 100% chance to interrupt spell casting. Additionally, increase the damage of Bash by 10%. This is going to be taken all the way around. If you're not taking this ability, no matter where you roll, chat, you're a dummy. Every single warrior is going to have Skullringer. If you don't have Skullringer, don't bring him on a raid, don't put him in a group. Period. That's going to be arguably probably your most important ability right there, whether defense or offense. 100% chance to interrupt a spell? Yeah. Now, it says spell casting, so they kept with the same system where you're not going to be able to interrupt anything, or everything. Or, when I say everything, I don't mean every ability. I mean, right now, we can't interrupt melee abilities. So if you're fighting a specific mob and they have a giant cleave and you think you can interrupt it, you can't. And don't tell me you can, because you haven't for about a year. It's only on spells, not abilities. Deft Sundering. Strike of Breaking's threat no longer scales with presence. Additionally, reduce the threat generated by Strike of Breaking by 50%. That's cool. I mean, that just told me that Strike of Breaking will now have threat that scales with presence. So when we get over the other side, we'll already know this. Okay. Double Tap. Assault has a 15% chance to strike a second time with your primary weapon for 25% weapon damage. The second strike cannot generate a battle point. That's pretty cool. Double tap's a cool idea. I like that. We're not playing an offensive warrior, but that's cool. Druids interrupts abilities. Oh, yeah. So a year ago, they nerfed the interrupts on both sides so that casters can interrupt melee and melee can interrupt casters, but they can't interrupt their own thing. So they've studied the longest under their own thing, but they have no idea how to counter it. That's the world we live in, chat. That's Terminus. So... deepening wounds. Increase the overall bleed damage caused by... So, the way, just before we go over this, the way interrupt used to work, the warrior had the ability with their bash ability to interrupt most significant actions, but they couldn't do it all the time. There was no 100% block of everything. So, for example, if you're in the ghost safe room in Halnir's and you're fighting a Mana Weaver, and the Mana Weaver has the Unmoral Surge and there's a single target. Okay, let's just call it nuke. So they have the Unmoral Surge and the nuke. And the Unmoral Surge is on like a 30-second cooldown, and the nuke is on a 15-second cooldown. Bash only came up like once every 25 seconds or something, or 20 seconds. So you only really had time to focus on one ability, and that was pretty much your ability if you wanted to try and counter it all the time when you fought them, or you had to sacrifice skipping a turn, getting hit with the ability, or letting the ability go off in order to switch over to the other ability to interrupt. Then people started complaining, and I believe VR thought that stuff was too easy. I believe I'm at fault for that, because I used to interrupt. I can run a group, or I could run a group back then, and you won't get hit with any ability. I had every single ability stopped, every time. I think they saw this, maybe not just me, but I was definitely a reason for this. And they ended up changing it where they extended the amount of time Bash refreshed, so that it was even less uses during combat. But then they went another step further and they said, okay, well, we're going to have melee interrupt spells and spellcasters interrupt melee. And that's where it's been to this day. It's never made sense to me. I don't care what anybody tells me. It's never made sense to me, but that's... I mean, I would think Gandalf would know how to stop Merlin. And I would think Conan would know how to stop Sir Lancelot. Like, melee would know melee, and spellcasting would know spellcasting. But that's not how this works here. Melee stops spellcasting, spellcasting stops melee. Anyways, off track. Deepening wounds. Increase the overall bleed damage caused by rupture by 10%, and the chance rupture's ticks will trigger punish by 5... Oh, interesting. So rupture is going to be able to trigger punish. Wonder what kind of damage they're going to put behind punish. Because punish was only designed to come up with every block. But an offensive warrior is not going to be blocking. Okay. Furious Howl. Oh, Furious Howl comes back. Unlocks a new ability, Furious Howl. It's not new, it's on Stormona. They just removed it from PTR because it was going to be in the mastery tree. Release a Furious Howl, generating 1 battle point and increasing your melee attack speed by 5% for 10 seconds. Okay, that's roughly what it was. That's good. I like that. Lingering Wound 2. 2 extra ticks. Okay, got that. That's the bleed. So Punish unlocks in the middle radial. Strike the target with a vicious blow, dealing physical damage. Punish has a 10% chance to become available when Rupture's bleed ticks. So Punish is designed to not be on a shield block. It's now on a bleed tick. So truthfully, it looks like an offensive warrior, you guys may want to take notes, but it looks like an offensive warrior is going to want accuracy. More so than strength, at least to start. Until they get gear. Because you're going to want to be able to hit with Rupture pretty much every time it comes up. And pure damage won't help you do that. So accuracy, it looks like, is going to be important. Just so you guys know. That's my opinion. I don't want to hear you gym rats, quote unquote gym rats, talk about how you gotta have 4,000 strength. Shut up. Be sensible. It looks like accuracy is gonna be a big deal. Rupture, open vein. Rupture deals 10% initial hit damage on targets above 80% health. That's interesting. So it blasts them at the beginning of the fight. Okay, alright. Sharpened point. This is going to be Javelin. Increases the damage of Javelin by 10% and reduces its cooldown by 2 seconds. Okay. Shattering Blow. When Mighty Blow is used against a target that you have max Strike of Breaking stacks on, the stacks will be consumed to increase the damage of Mighty Blow by 25%. That's kind of cool. That right there will be interesting, because then it's going to come down to, are you going to be a greedy warrior and keep breaking Strike of Breaking to get your extra 25%? Or are you going to leave Strike of Breaking on level 3 so the rest of the group takes advantage of the AC debuff? I'll have to watch that. If I'm grouped with an offensive warrior, I'll have to watch that. That's going to be interesting. Is it going to come down to greed or strategy? I'm guessing in a group, it's probably going to be greed. On a named, you probably want strategy. And on a raid target, you definitely want strategy. Anybody removing Strike of Breaking from a raid target needs to be kicked off the internet. Yeah, okay. Alright, that's interesting. I really like it. The couple of issues that, hey, J-Tal and Papa, what's happening? And Stroby, what's going on? I have a couple of issues that I've already mentioned, of course, but I really like what they're doing with this. Oh, wait. Relentless Assault 2. Increases the damage by 5, cooldown by 2. Okay. Dual Wield. Reduce the offhand damage penalty while dual wielding by 10%. Wonder what the damage penalty is. It's probably 30%, right? The offhand's probably around 30%. So 10% would put about 20% down. That would make sense. I would guess and say 30. They wouldn't really want to cripple the offhand, because the minute somebody parses and starts figuring it out, it's going to be an issue. Blunt weapon proficiency. So, chat, for those who have just been joining the past couple of minutes, the mastery system is now in Pantheon on the public test realm, but it's only in for the tanks. So only the warriors, the paladins, and the dire lords have it right now, and it's a work in progress. This is not final. This is just their rough draft or first pass that they put into the game for us to try and play around with. So I'm going over the offensive warrior stuff right now, and then we'll go over to the other side and go through the defensive stuff. Blunt weapon increases hit chance by 2. It's probably going to be multiple. This is definitely EverQuest 2. I could log into EverQuest 2 and show you guys the EverQuest 2 system, and you'll see what I'm getting at if you've never seen it or if you're not familiar with it. Bladed weapon proficiency increases your hit chance with bladed weapons by 2%. Okay, so here's my opinion on this. So it looks like for the offensive warrior, they put all the weapon type increases, hit rate increases on the mastery window. Here's my thought. At 2% increases, offensive warriors en masse are probably going to forego maxing out any of these. So for example, if this is a 2% increase with 5 levels to it, therefore utilizing 10 points, 5 points to get it to tier 5, most of the warriors are probably only going to go maybe 4% because they're going to use their points to go elsewhere. I don't see anybody stacking any of the weapon types to their... And I'm only guessing there's going to be 5 tiers. It makes sense to me that 2% increases would top out at 10%. You wouldn't want any more than that. But 2%, 5 levels, 10% altogether. But I can see offensive warriors are not going to min-max these weapon types. I don't think the 2% for the 2 or 3 points they would need. Now, if they put level gating, think of level gating as the tier of the modifier. If they put level gating behind them so that you had to pick 3 of bladed weapon proficiency in order to get the next update, but it doesn't look that way. It just says 5 points in right. So any 5 points. So I promise you, now, somebody might end up getting Usha's hammer. Or they might end up getting oh my god, what's it called? My favorite weapon. Spear of Endless Frost. So then they might go into the bladed, or whatever the spear, what's the spear? Okay, it's not bladed, so it's probably the piercing one before. So they'll probably go in that, put that to 5, and leave the other ones alone. Then when they go ahead and get another weapon, they'll just come in, probably respec or refund whatever cost that's going to be in the future, and then put all the points into that weapon type. But I don't see an offensive warrior putting more than 2 points in all of them at the same time to be able to switch between weapons. However, if VR puts in something like Dungeons and Dragons, where, example, blunt weapons deal more damage to skeletons than bladed weapons, that would also be awesome, and that would make sense for a person to put points in these different abilities. Now, I'm not trying to build onto the mountain, I'm just saying, if you can put in some kind of emphasis for the person to put points in the different weapon types, I feel like that would be a better use. But that's neither here nor there. I'm not designing this. Okay. Rolling Storm 2 increases by 3 meters. So Rolling Storm 1 increases storm by 2 meters. Rolling Storm 2 goes up to 3 meters. Okay. Alright, now we're going to the outer radial, and then we'll go to the ultimate modifiers, whatever they are. Okay, so skillful, so it looks like some of these are all in line. Like we noticed, where was, yeah, like the blades here. Okay, anyways. Skillful Strikes 3, increases damage of techniques by 5. I don't know what it means by techniques. My understanding is techniques were removed. Now, they're either calling our abilities techniques, or techniques are coming back. I don't know, but that wording is weird that they use the word techniques, because we all have only ever known techniques to be those 4 hotkeys, hotbar, whatever. They said they were coming out, but I guess they're coming back in. Anticipation. So this is the counterplay ability based on the graphic. So counterplay is you hit it and then you have like 20 seconds where every time somebody hits you, you do damage back to them. It's kind of like a damage shield. After activating counterplay, for every second that you do not retaliate, increase your critical hit chance by 0.5%. That's interesting. Now, that has a level requirement. See that? You need level 20. Well, I mean, I guess 20 points in the right would indicate level 20 anyways, right? It's 1 point per level. Oh, no, your character needs to be level 20. And then, oh, gotcha. That's interesting. So it is kind of gated. Well, I guess it makes sense, because by the time you get to 20, you've got the points to put 20 in. Yet, never mind. Forget everything I just said for the last 15 seconds. That's interesting. I don't necessarily know why it's on the offensive warrior side, because the offensive warrior is not supposed to be taking aggro. This is a counterattack. Counterattacks happen when you're being hit. The offensive warrior should not be getting hit. I'm not quite sure what's up with that. Disruptive Rhythm. Bash no longer costs a battle point. Oh my god, I hit the nail on the head. I was so right. I was so right. I knew this. I knew they were going to do this. I knew it. I said that all the last 2 weeks. Everything. The chance to increase for the interrupt, and then the battle point removal. I knew it. I said it all along. I knew it. See, chat? I know. Don't let anybody ever tell you I don't know shit. I know. Turns it into an offensive cooldown. Yeah. It's still interesting though, because, well, I guess if you don't retaliate. Yeah, you know what? I guess you're right. I read it the right way, but I didn't take an extra second. If you don't retaliate, which 9 chances out of 10, if you're doing it right and not pulling aggro, you're not going to retaliate. So you're almost guaranteed to have a max critical hit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Wicca. I got you. I got you. Thank you for that. I wouldn't have taken the extra second to rethink that. Perfect. Yep. That makes sense then. It's if you pull threat, you get penalized. Okay. All right. I got you. Bash no longer costs a battle point. Okay. But it's for the soloers, maybe? Oh, it could also be for offense. This is a kind of... Think of it this way. This is a subliminal way to rein in face rollers. If you've never heard the term face roll, it's what happens when you get into a raid in EverQuest and somebody just starts whacking every key on their keyboard and firing everything off willy-nilly. That's face rolling. This will make an offensive warrior smart by knowing when not to pull aggro. And when they start pulling aggro on the regular, they'll know what they were doing to pull aggro so they don't do it again going forward. Because there's no threat meter in the game, so they're not going to be able to see it coming. That's interesting. That could be a detriment, because if you get in a group with the face roller, they're going to miss out on critical hit damage because they're too busy spamming their button. Offensive warriors, keep that in mind. There, see? See? Don't say I ain't looking out for you. We're not playing offensive warrior. Doesn't mean I'm not looking out for you. Okay, double tap 2. Assault has a 30% chance to strike a second time with your primary weapon for 50% damage. If the second strike activates, it will generate a battle point. I like that. I like that. I actually really like that. We use assault as like our main ability for damage. What in the Final Fantasy X am I looking at? No. It's EverQuest 2. It's EverQuest 2. It's more EverQuest 2, I think, than Final Fantasy. You mean when you're about to die and you hit every button like in Mortal Kombat? You're right, exactly. That's exactly it. No quarter. So this is the Rupture ability. If a target dies while afflicted by Rupture, increase your movement speed by 10% for 10 seconds and restore 5% of your max health. So that allows you to move from one target to the next quickly. Okay, I get it. I get it. Hemorrhage. Increase the tick rate of Rupture. Overall damage and duration remains the same. That's cool. People are going to aim for this. What's this one? Blood loss. This is going to be a key offensive warrior ability right here, is Hemorrhage. This is what everybody's going to be going towards. That's your DPS right there. To be able to increase how often Rupture ticks, because it's not a long cooldown. Rupture, that's great right there. That's fantastic. Hemorrhage is fantastic. Blood loss. While Rupture is active, the target's outgoing physical damage is reduced by 10. So constantly keeping Rupture on the mob constantly brings the damage down by 10%. I mean, you can't... They're really selling Rupture right now. Or I'm really selling Rupture. One or the other. That's pretty cool. I like that whole Rupture scheme. If anybody at VR sees this, whoever had the idea to do this with Rupture, kudos to you. Was there anything about better bat? Yes, Stroby. I was right. I was right. 1000%. They put all the upgrades in the mastery tree, and they put the loss of a battle point in the mastery tree. I was right. Where is... Right here, break focus. You get the increased chance to interrupt to 50 from 25. Now, I'm assuming there's going to be multiple levels of this. Then you come up to this one, and all of a sudden it has a 100% chance to interrupt, which is what I said. Spell casting only, but it also increases the damage by 10%. So, offensive warriors right now, Bash and Rupture are your two main abilities to work towards. You want your upgrades for the interrupts because interrupting something, I believe, generates threat. 100% chance to interrupt a spell, let me tell you, you're going to make it very easy for a group to run through stuff. Especially places like Halnirs, Smoldering Trenches. Yeah, so Rupture and Bash right now. Okay, where'd we leave off? Oh, we got down to blood loss. Okay. Sharpen point 2 increases the damage of Javelin by an additional 10%, further reduces... So Javelin, I'm kind of wishy-washy on because, again, Javelin for me is a pulling ability. It's not really a damage ability. I fire it off once or twice when I'm in group because it says it has a small threat component to it. So I take advantage of all the threat that I can because you guys know, you've seen me losing threat to rogues, druids, the enchanter, dire lords, paladins, so. Oh, dual wield, okay, we already know dual wield goes up by 10%. Blunt weapon temper, we already looked at that. Precision of battle. Your AoE attacks such as Cleave and War Lariat will no longer break root or... Oh, this is the ability that I Oh, this is the panties in a twist. Chat, my panties are twisting. I don't like the fact that they gave the warrior the ability to strike stuff and not break CC. I really don't like that. I really don't like that. I know, I'm the minority. I know, I get it. I don't like this. This shouldn't be here. Yeah, this is dumb. This is like a game-breaking goof, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I just got kicked out of the server? Please tell me I didn't get kicked out of the server. Maybe the weather just stopped? Hang on a second, chat. I gotta come out of the window. Nope, okay, we're still here. Alright, hang on. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't. No one's gonna change my mind. Stop. Don't even. I don't like this. If you hit a mob that CC'd, you deserve to live with the repercussions. Whether the mob turns on you, whether the mob turns on the Mezzer, or whether the mob turns to the healer. That's on you for breaking it. This pretty much gives you carte blanche. I don't like this. I don't like this. And I said this exact same thing like 2 or 3 months ago when they first talked about this ability. When they first released their post that had the breakdown of what abilities you might see on the tanks, this description came up, and I absolutely lost my marbles on this. So it takes 20 points. Everything here seems to take 20 points. I think it's 5 for in here, 10 for here, 15 for here, 20 for here. Break the line. Storm deals additional damage to targets above 80% health. If the target is below 35% health, shorten the cooldown. Okay, so they just warrant Storm to be used on a pull or just after a pull. So somebody pulls, the mob comes into the group, the offensive warrior charges, storms in, gets the interrupt, and then goes into their rotation or whatever, and then when the mob runs, they have the ability to run the other way until Storm lights up, and then use it at low health to go back and stun them so they stop moving, so the group has more time to... Okay, I get it. Warbringer. Your critical hits now have a chance, 10%, to generate a battle point. That's interesting. Oh my goodness. Oh, I guess there's no other class would have an ability to... Well... chat, what classes have abilities to increase your crit chance? Because now you have favorable pairings. Now you know that an offensive warrior is going to look for blank, like a druid, or a wizard, or an enchanter, anybody that buffs critical hit chance. If you can keep an offensive warrior generating battle points and they don't have to work hard, oh my goodness. You'll have a Wolverine. Okay, let's look at what we believe is the ultimates. So we start here with what looks like Cleave, or Mighty Blow, I mean. Kill Engine, you can now move freely while charging Mighty Blow. Cool. That will save it in case you start to charge it. The first mob dies, you can go to the next mob and just unload on... Yeah, okay, alright, I get it. That's cool. Twin Edge Assault. When dual wielding, assault strikes with both primary and offhand weapons. That's cool. Cataclysmic Blow. At full charge, Mighty Blow will deal full damage to its target, and 50% of this damage will splash to targets within 5 meters of the primary target. Oh, that's ridiculous. Level 40, 35 points. Okay. That could be a problem. That could be a problem. We'll have to see what the defensive warrior looks like, but if the offensive warrior gets a chance to blast a bunch of mobs before the defensive tank can pick up the next mob, it could be a headache. Now, mind you, if you were watching, there's nothing on this side about threat or mitigation. None of these abilities mention the words threat or mitigation. We'll see what happens on the other side. If Javelin critically hits, immediately refresh its cooldown. This can only happen once every 3 seconds. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of this ability is. An offensive warrior is not going to fight at range. I guess if the offensive warrior has to joust, I guess Twin Flight would be worthwhile. But Javelin is not a main ability. Like I said, I use Javelin to pull. It just does a bit of damage and a bit of threat, but you can throw it. So you don't have to charge into a mob. You can throw it and pull them out. I don't really know what the purpose of this one is. I guess we'll have to wait. What I might do, and I'm not sure, chat, but we're going to be in this game for a long time. So I might do one warrior defense and then do another warrior offense. However, between now and then, you might have somebody else that streams or does videos that may go offense, in which case I would recommend following them. But we'll probably do a defense and offense. And no, I'm not going to take a defensive warrior, run all the way back to town or something, and then reset and rebuild. The only way I would do that is if they gave us templates so that I could go in, hit offense, poof. Go back again, hit defense, poof, and everything's laid out. If that's not a thing, we'll have to have 2 warriors. Which wouldn't be a surprise because on Stormona we have 3. So, whatever. So now that you're reading these abilities, do you think you can solo as you level up? It's going to depend on how much damage you take. You also have to think, okay, so let's say you roll a level 1 warrior and your plan is to go offense. You don't want defense, you don't want threat, you don't want mitigation, you want to be able to bleed and do as much damage as possible, okay? So you got to get to level 5 first, right? Everything here is your origin point, but out here it says requirement level 5. So you have to hit level 5 in here before you can step out into here. Then over here it says level 5 as well, so it looks like you don't have to hit level 10. It goes from 5 to 20, which is interesting. I thought it was 5, 10, 15, 20, but it's not. It's 5, 5, and then 20. So, if you want to focus on leveling, okay, you'll probably on Throne Fast. So we need a couple stipulations. You're in Throne Fast. The Throne Fast that we have right now, okay? First things first, as you get up in levels, do not attempt boars. Boars aren't changing. They're going to be undercons. Do not fight boars, right? Not solo. Okay, so we go ahead, we go out into the newbie yard, we go to Mage Island, we kill a bunch of stuff, we get to level 5. So at level 5, we get 5 battle points to use. So with that said, we're looking at offense. Now, you don't just want to focus on drawing a line and focusing on the right side of everything, because remember, a couple of these have both roles available. I don't agree with it, but whatever. So if we take a look here, we hit level 5, we have 5 points. What are we taking? So okay, so if I understand Empowered Assault proper, you're not really going to want to use this right away, because at level 5, you're not going to have mastery points spent to get you to the next upgrade of Assault, right? You're going to have to get to like level probably 7 or 8, right? Now remember, you're not going to be able to level too quickly. All things are said and done. I don't think. I could be wrong. So, we then go to War Lariat. This increases based on, this increases based on, this increases based on. Okay, here's what I would do. You have 5 points at level 5. I'm taking Empowered Rupture. Your bleed is going to be important, because your bleed you can put on with somewhat regularity. And if you have to, you can Rupture, run away, Rupture, Run away if you need to. You can find room, right? Soloing is not just running up to a mob, standing there and beating the mob down and winning. That's not soloing means doing everything you can so that you're alive and the mob is dead. So if you got to run around the field 100 times, I told you guys I'm not a soloer. I'm not going to be doing it. But if you got to run around the field 100 times in order to kill your one mob, you're going to have to run around the field 100 times. But I would definitely take Rupture. Focus on Rupture. You want that damage over time because you don't know how often you're going to crit. You don't know how often you're going to miss. But once Rupture is on there, you're going to get your ticks. Rupture won't miss once it's there. So Rupture is important. Punish, I'm not entirely sure, and I probably wouldn't take Punish. Now, keep in mind with 5 battle points, I don't know what all you're going to be able to put points into because there's nothing that says 0 of 1 or 0 of 5 or what have you. So, and I'm not putting any points in this because we're going defense. So with that said, Punish only triggers, my understanding is Punish will only trigger on a block, okay, in the beginning. If that's the case, you don't want Punish. It will not come up often enough for you to solo reliably, okay? So scrap that. Empowered Cleave. Cleave is a frontal cone swipe, right? It's typically done with a 2-hand weapon. You don't want that either. It uses too many battle points in the beginning, and it takes a long time to come back up again, and you don't want to accidentally hit a non-aggro mob off to the side that you didn't see because you're focused on the hit points of the mob that you're fighting. So I wouldn't do Cleave either. So Punish and Cleave are out. So you got Rupture. You're also going to want Assault. Assault is your main damage ability. Assault. I said initially, like 2 minutes ago, that you wouldn't want to take Assault because you don't have enough points to actually improve it. But it just dawned on me again with the brain fart that you can improve it at level 5. So we're talking about level 5. So Assault and Rupture, those are your 2. So make notes. If you want to do an offensive warrior, your starting 2 abilities to focus on are Assault and Rupture. You want that damage, and you want that damage over time. You don't want the heavy swing, because the heavy swing is going to cost you in the early game. Leave the heavy swing for when you're in a group, or duoing, or trioing, or what have you, okay? The other thing that comes in, and I'm sure we're going to see it on the defensive side, a shield probably isn't going to be the way to go at level 5. As much as I want to say it, now we haven't read the defensive abilities yet, but it seems to me like at level 5, you typically want to have a 2-hander. I don't think you get dual wield till 10, so I think you want a solid 2-hander. Okay? Just so you know, for soloing purposes. When you hit, you need to hit hard, right? You don't need to hit often, you need to hit hard. So with that said, I don't know what's going to use the 5 points in here, right? It says no requirements. So I don't know if you get X number to automatically click. I don't know if you get all of them at one time. I have no idea. But right now, all of these abilities have no requirements. Still costs a skill point to unlock, but no requirements. So let's say you decide not to take anything in here. I'm assuming you have the option to not take this stuff, but you can still come out into the tree. So with that said, at level 5, I don't know what they mean here with techniques. This is still in the air. I don't know if they're calling all abilities techniques now. I don't know if techniques are going to come back as their own unique thing. I don't really know how to answer this, but increasing your damage by 5% is increasing your damage by 5%. It's worthwhile. There have been quite a few fights where Krushnek has come within the skin of his teeth and died anyhow, but if I'd have had the 5% extra damage on 20 or 30 swings, it might have made the difference. So, possibly skillful strikes, okay? The interrupt, not so much. The interrupt is still a gamble, okay? At low level, you're not really going to fight anything of significance that will need to be interrupted. If you're fighting something like a bat, and we all know how much I dislike bats because of that screechy sonic vision nonsense, if you can time it so that you can interrupt that sonic screech or whatever so that you don't miss for those 4 or 5 seconds, you could do that. You could take break focus. Right now, you can refresh as many times as you want with no cost of test away. Wait, so I can just throw in a bunch of points in here and then we can automatically hit refund all points like 100 times if need be? Oh yeah, but we're level 18 though. I feel like we'd want to start a new warrior. Like this wouldn't be a fair test because I've got some gear. Although, I guess we could test to see if I can solo at 18. Okay, alright. Let's, Oh, it'd be nice if I'd be able to backtrack. I don't know what all I want to take. Okay, hang on. So I gotta think of the gear that I have. I'm not using Bash currently, so I don't want anything to do with Bash whatsoever. I'm not worried about interrupts for abilities. I'm worried about taking the auto attacks. Okay. Allows your assault ability to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you've spent. Press and hold to confirm 1 point. Alright, we want assault. I'm holding. Didn't work. Do I press this? Oh. Okay, fancy animation. I don't think that's needed, but alright. Okay. So now all of our levels of... So assault is available. So increase the damage of assault by 5, reduces cooldown by 1. Yes. So we select. Now, we need 5 before this opens up. Okay. So if we take a look at what we have here, increase the damage of your... I don't know what this means by techniques. I want to take this. Do they mean all of our abilities? Increases the damage of your techniques by 5%. The word techniques throwing me off, chat, because my understanding is they remove techniques. What do they mean by techniques? Yeah, it could be Roto. It could be. I'll have to go back over the tooltips. Alright, we'll take it anyways. It's a 5% increase, so we'll take it. Now this is only for soloing, nothing else. We don't want cleave. Cleave is very inefficient. Don't want bash. I don't want mighty blow. Takes too long, uses too many battle points. Rupture now lasts for 2 ticks. Okay, rupture. Actually, hang on. Before we do that, let's take them in order. Oh! You can select multiple and just hit... We just tagged both of those at the same time. So you can plot out your whole thing and then hold down the button. Interesting. Alright, we have Storm. Storm is not that big a deal unless we're chasing a mob. I don't care if I'm charging into a mob, because Storm doesn't do a whole lot of damage, so we're not going to focus on Storm at the moment. Allows your Punish ability to grow more powerful. We don't have Punish, though. Right? Punish is... Wait. Do we unlock Punish? I think we unlock Punish here, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hang on. So, strikes. We don't want bash. We don't want cleave. We want the bleed. Increase the area effect of banners. Area effect is not a big deal. Javelin, don't care. Storm, don't care. But we have to use... Wait, we've used 5 points. Why haven't these lit up? We had 30, we have 25. Oh, do these not count as the right? Oh, they don't. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we need 2 more from here. Alright, well, I guess we're taking Storm. That's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can't... So there's no... Okay, so there's no... Wait a minute. I don't know how I feel about this. Hang on. We gotta count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 3 to 4 to 5, 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, 30, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 40, 1 for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 7, 48 for 9, 50. Oh, wow. So your 50 points, so if there's no tiers for any of these abilities, you could just do the whole right side. So that means these weapon specializations are only for 2%. I wouldn't take any of them. So the most you would get is 5% increase. I don't even know if that's worth. Well, we still haven't gone on. We still haven't gone on the defensive side. I can't be doing this. We gotta. Okay, we'll build the solo thing. We'll go over the defensive side, and then we'll jump in and see what we can do with the soloing. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I need a 5th point. There's nothing here for me to take. I don't want any of these. All right, I guess we'll take. So if we're going to take Bash, spell casting. So let's take that. Striker breaking no longer scales with presence. So threat we're not worried about anyways. Reduces threat generated, so we don't care. So we don't need Death Sundering. We need that. Two-hand weapons we're not using. Hit chance with piercing. Dagger, short spear, long spear. Nope. Increase the overall bleed damage caused by rupture. Yep. Unlock spear is howl. Generates a battle point. Increases attack speed by 5. Yep. Bleed effect lasts for 2 extra ticks. Yep. Punish. Nope. Strike the target with a vicious blow, dealing physical damage. Punish has a 10% chance to become available when ruptures bleed to... Oh, yes, I guess we do need that. Alright, well that was easy to take those. Oh, look, this whole thing lit up green, saying we had the whole... We got the whole rupture tree. Why aren't these lit up? Oh, we need okay, they don't light up because we don't have the pre... I gotcha, I gotcha. Yes, chat, okay, I get it. I understand lines now. Mighty Blow, no. Reduce the offhand damage penalty, yes. Increase your hit chance with blunt weapons. Increase your hit chance with bladed weapons. We're using swords currently, so let's say we decide to stick with swords. We'll say yes. Range of storm. So we need more points. So they want us to pick all of it? Oh, we need to go through the defensive side, chat, because I feel like I'm going to have to put some points over here and then come back over here. No, it doesn't make sense because it's 20 points in the right? Yeah, 20 points in the right. Oh, I don't like this. They're making me take upgrades I don't want. Well, take that. Actually, if we turn that off, we haven't confirmed. Okay, we're still short. I guess I still gotta take it anyways. Alright, 1. Forgot about that one. That's important. Oh, I don't want any of these. We're not going to use Mighty Blow because Mighty Blow can be easily interrupted on a 5-second cast. 5 seconds is a long time. I guess we'll have to take... we'll have to take Striker Breaking. It's 20... Oh, we put 2 here, so we need 2 more. Oh, interesting. Oh, I don't like this. Alright, fine. Fine game. Fine. We'll take this for the 2%. We'll take that for the 2%. That should open up. Why is it not opened up? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, I'm not level 20. Learn to read chat. Okay, so we have to go with what we have. This doesn't open up until we ding 20. We're only 18. So we focused on bleed and we focused on assault. If we come out now, we have our rupture. Okay, it doesn't show the modifiers on it. So there's bleed, there's assault. All right, so we have it set up for, did we take dual wield? We took the dual wield bonus, right? We took bladed, I think. Am I wrong? Did we not take dual wield? I don't think we did. Now we created punish and furious howl. So if we go into our book, we chose bash. Now see, bash has the wording of 25%. So bash doesn't up. So they need to have it set up that bash pulls the current descriptive of the ability. That should say 50. Okay, there's punish. Strike the target with a vicious blow, dealing physical damage. Punish has a 10% chance to become available when rupture's bleed ticks. So the objective is to get bleed on first and then hit punish, and then hopefully punish comes up again when the ability ticks. So if we're not focused on mighty blow for the waste of time, we'll put punish there. What else do we get? Furious howl. Ooh, that is a level 20 requirement. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, this is a bug. They gotta update this. It's still on, it says it's level 20. It's supposed to be level 5. So that's busted. Can I still put it down here? Can't use it though. That's busted. That's, yeah. Yeah, there's no way you have it at level 5 and then put a level requirement of 20. I don't want to use the words that I have in my head to describe that, so that needs to be fixed. That's a problem. So we don't have that. So Quell should be Quell 2 still. But see, we didn't take the upgrades on Quell, right? Because we're not using a shield. No, we didn't. Quell's on the defense side. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we charge in. We have Mocking Blow for threat, which is not a big deal. The objective is to charge in, bleed, DPS. Hopefully punish ticks up. No. We jump in, we strike a breaking, we bleed, we attack. Yeah, that'll work. Threat's not going to be a big deal. Okay, this might be a bad idea. Let's go see. I can't kill anything here, can I? I mean, I would have to go green, right? Let's go to AVP. And let's look at the yard trash out here. Hey, Chaotic. In one of the update letters, did they not say techniques were going down to 3, so they might not be in PTR yet? Oh, you could be right. Actually, that reminds me. Let's see if anything is worded technique. Action, action, utility, action, 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 utility, action, 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 stance, action, action, stance, action, action, stance, utility, yeah, so techniques aren't in as of yet. Okay, so, yeah, so, okay. Alright, so that upgrade, well, we had to get it to unlock anyways. Let's go see what we're doing here. Now, I think blue is still going to destroy us, but let's see if we can find green to start with. It's gray. That's gray. We're going to need spiders. Oh, yikes. Actually, spiders might not work either. What do you con? Gray. Well, actually, you know what? Let me see. You're typically around level 12. Let me see what we do for damage on you. There's the breaking. We got that bleed. Just got interrupted or silenced. Bleed applied, hit assault. Bleed is ticking, punish has not come up. Punish is still not up. Missed. Taking a lot of damage for a gray mob. Punish still hasn't come up. Oh, we need a shield for this, don't we? No, we don't. Weird. Silenced again. We're at half health on a gray, chat. I don't like this. We're keeping our battle points, though. Punish still hasn't come up. Punish hasn't come up the whole fight. I don't know what's going on there. That was a level 12 mob at 18. That was gray. It's not good. It's not good. It says Rupture gets more powerful the more points we have in it. Strike the target with a vicious blow, dealing physical damage. Punish has a 10% chance to become available when Rupture's bleed ticks. You're telling me for that entire fight, we didn't hit the 10% cushion once? Level 12. Alright, let's try another mob. Again, gray. If Punish isn't working, it looks like soloing is still no-go. No, that was a gray mob, AK. That was gray, not green. I'm 18, that was level 12. We are geared. We've got nice weapons. I don't like how that fight went. What's that bear con? Bear's gray. That wolf is gray. We're not fighting a bat. That's suicide. Alright, let's try this wolf. The wolf is gray, but I believe these wolves are somewhere between 11 and 12 as well, just like the mob we just fought. The goal is to see Punish light up. Bleed is on. Strike a breaking. Assault for damage. Commanding strike for damage. We're interrupted. Counterplay for the retaliate. Bleed seems to still be on. It said bleed is 12 seconds now, right? Punish still is not lighting up. Striker breaking is on level 2. Punish still is not up. Bleed has been on the whole time. Now, holy shit! It came up for 1 sec. Did you see it? It came up for 1 second. It went purple for 1 second and then disappeared. What was that nonsense? Alright, give me this wolf down here. That's way too fast. For that ability. Well, you know what we could do? Rupture lasts 12 seconds, right? Put it there. And that way, we'll keep our finger on it so we have it. Bleed. Mocking blow. Strike and breaking. Both are on. Assault for damage. Punish just came up. Punish for 38. Okay. Hit again for damage. Reapply bleed. Assault for damage. Counterplay. Punish just came up again. Strike and breaking is level 2. We're still taking a lot of damage. I don't like how that went on a gray. A green's gonna kill us. Okay, okay. Green is next. Green is next. We're gonna go look for a green. Green is supposed to be solo, period. Blue is where the issue is. Blue is typically, I believe, no matter what you spec into, I believe blue is still gonna need a healer. You're still gonna need a healer as a warrior. There's no way around it. You're not gonna be able to kill any blue with any build. Green is what we're looking for. We still haven't gone over the defensive window. Should have gone over the defensive window before we started this. Although, I guess we could... Okay, so what we'll do is we'll find a couple of greens, which are by definition solo mobs. We'll see how we do against them. Then we'll go back in and spec defense, and then we'll come back out with defense and see what happens solo. Because I plan on going defense, so if... I don't plan on soloing, but there's no guarantee that every time I log in, I'm going to have a group. So, let's get a few more offensive mobs, and then we'll go defense and see. Defense is left, Yezi. Defense is the left side. We haven't done that yet. Offense is the right side. That's what we have right now. What's that Wanderer? Gray. On. Gray. We need something that's 14. It has to be the spiders over at Halnir's. We don't want the spell blades, because the spell blades still have spell haste. Hey Haley, good luck. Greens keep mostly killing you today. That's yeah. I mean, I want to try it to say I'm going to give it 2 or 3 greens. We're going to see what happens if they keep killing me, and then we'll take it from there. But we've gone through the offensive tree. We've picked our build for the time being. At least what we've chosen. We can't choose these because we're not level 20 yet, but we've chosen our offensive. And then once we've done 2 or 3 greens, we'll come over here and look at the defensive, and then I'll do a defensive build. I have a feeling soloing is still going to be a nightmare on the warrior. Again, if you guys were here last week, you guys know how beat up I was about the whole soloing. Okay, I don't want to fight this boar because it's an all boars are undercons. Okay, this boar is green. So we're going to go ahead and try this boar. And we're going to say, okay, so we're at 89, let's say we're at 90% XP right now. We're at about 89.9, but let's say 90. Alright, we have no pre-buffs. Oh, I wonder. Charge. Striker breaking. DPS banner. Bleed. Bleed missed. Go figure. Bleeds on. Punish is not up. Nope, we're getting our ass handed to us. We're gonna die. Punish hasn't come up at all this fight. And Bleed's been ticking the whole time. Yeah, I'm gonna try and outrun the boar. He's probably gonna stun me and kill me. Wait a minute, the boar's bleeding me? Oh. Rip. Rip is right. We're gonna die. Alright, hang on. Let me get to a safe spot so I can run back and get my body. I'm gonna call it now, chat. Don't solo as a warrior. Alright. Let me see what buffs do. Would anyone at Stone be able buff an ogre, please? Hey, they're shy. Alright, that's better than nothing. Oh no, you don't gotta worry about that, man. I appreciate it. So, give me your opinion, Haley. What's your experience today, having made out with the changes that you got? Because it looks like you got quite a few of them, according to the patch notes. My shoulder's still acting up. Rabid is aggro. We should be over here somewheres. Where are we? I don't think I ran that far, right? Oh, yes I did. We ran past the orc. The orc's over here. Here we go. Thank you for the res. Appreciated. You went right and damage increased, but died faster and can't kill what I was killing. Yeah. I'm finding the same thing. Let me look at this again. So the punish upgrades, there aren't any. Wait a minute. Allows your punish abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points you've spent. But there are no punish upgrades outside of the unlock of the ability. Rupture has upgrades, Assault has upgrades. Punish does not have any upgrades. That's not even worth taking right now. And War Lariat's not in the game. Oh, what's this? Cleave is transformed into War Lariat, attacking all targets in 360. Oh yeah, but we need level 20 for that. Okay, let me find a non-boar green. I'm pretty sure it's gonna have to be a spider. Problem with the spider is we're gonna have to be able to dodge Tarsal Flurry every time. What's that roan grizzle? No, it's gray. There's a group out here. First time I've seen Old Timers Guild in Pantheon. They might have been on a different server. I don't recall ever seeing them on Stormona. Maybe they were just waiting to come on the PTR server. Okay, that rabbit is... Okay, so that bear is aggro and green. Let's try the bear. Alright, so we have the buffs that we have. We've got the Paladin Armor of Faith. We have the Cleric buffs. I'm going to try this bear. Got 4 battle points. Banner down, strike a breaking, counterplay, get the bleed in, assault for damage. Bleed is on, strike a breaking is on. Punish is not coming up. There's punish. We're doing a bit more damage, but it's not helping. The bear's still gonna kill us. We are doing much better than we would have yesterday, though. Yeah, we're still dead. We're still dead. It's not even close. Don't solo as a warrior, chat. It doesn't help. It's more or less, I'm gonna have to assume these upgrades are more or less for group. Punish again. Start breaking. Shy's trying to make sure I don't die. By the way, we would have died. Duoing seems like it might be more worthwhile, but soloing is still out of reach. Don't solo. And again, this is a green. Hey, Draken, I hope I'm saying your name right. What's going on? Thanks for subbing to the channel with your Prime Gaming. Good job dodging those ads. Now you have to listen to every word I say unless you mute me. Is the total in the line all the points in that tree? Yes. Except for the middle. The middle seems to not count. Oh, well, no, I shouldn't say that. We're not level 20 yet. Yes, it's all the points you put in. My damage went way down. Charm still sucks and now does 5 damage instead of 2. I died to more greens than I can kill so far. Yeah, so it's not worth it. I get it. So it didn't really help with soloing, chat. Now the bear specifically has Maul, which is a unique ability. Let me go find a spider. You want to come with me, Shy, real quick? Over my ass again in case I need it. I want to go find a spider. There's a spider right there. What are you calling? Green. Okay. Alright, don't stand near the spider, Shy, because if you get hit with tarsal... I mean, You'll have to heal yourself, but you may use more mana than normal. Okay. Now, I will say this, chat. I'm at full battle points. There's 2 pulls we've done where we've end up finishing with 4 to 5 battle points. So it seems like the battle point generation is pretty good. Right now. Right now. Don't hold me to it. Down the banner, strike a breaking, drop the AC, counterattack while we put the bleed on. Everything is landed. Okay, that was that's unfair. The spider stunned us as punish procced. Come on now. Tarsal. Oh, that's Hidden Fang. It's Tarsal. Are these guys not Tarsal anymore? Oh, that's not fair. These guys don't Tarsal anymore. That's lame. Okay, I have never... Okay, since the PTR server, we've never been able to make green mobs run. Now, besides the buffs, did you heal me, Shy? You didn't heal me, right? Not yet? No, okay. Okay, so let me sit and rest, and then we'll try another green spider. So, soloing in your spare time, not as a main goal, but in your spare time, soloing might be a thing if you get buffs. Right? We have cleric buffs, we have one of the shaman buffs, and we have the paladin buff. So as long as you have buffs, you should be okay. Talk to a druid, get their damage shield, go out and fight a couple things until it wears off. But we now have enchanter, but oh my god, am I going to turn around and see Rock? Of course I am. You guys are babysitting me. Okay. So these are our stats as well. My armor class is 113. That's interesting. It was 64 yesterday. %. Wait, 15% haste. What's giving us haste? Yo, haste is in. They didn't announce that. That would have been nice to know. Haste is back, chat. Wasn't in the patch notes. Hey, Salted. You did notice that your defense started at 0? Wait, what? What do you mean? You mean if I take everything off? Remember, in the middle of the mastery tree going vertical up and down, there will be passive type masteries that increase stats and whatnot. This may be what it will take to have implemented to win solo. Oh, gotcha. They added more AC to items? The day when you started fighting, it started going up from 1. I don't think I clearly didn't notice. Okay, hang on. What's this spider? So this spider's green as well. Okay, same thing. Charge, banner for damage, strike a breaking for AC, counter attack while we put the bleed on, now hit for damage, hope for punish to proc. Thing is on. Punish is not proccing. Oh, this oh, yeah, you're right. What's going on here? Our stats reset? That's weird. One of 90? Magic defense. Yo, they added. We never used to have defense in wow. Wow. That's gotta be a bug or something. Has to be. That has to be. Have I been the only one attacking this? This spider's almost dead and I'm still at half health. Did you guys heal me? Or Shy, did you heal me? Oh, you did heal me. Okay, I wasn't watching. That is interesting. So tactics and warfare has always been there, but it's not implemented yet. Shield, parry, and dodge were always here. They were here yesterday. I don't think magic defense and defense were here yesterday, though. Because they're not up here. This is where block is, but I don't have a shield on. So when you don't have a shield on and you zone, your block stat disappears, by the way. If I put a shield on right now, block stays invisible until I zone, and then block. I don't know why they do it. It shouldn't be like that, but I do log in. I'm showing servers completely full. Been that way all day. Snaps, man. I just kept trying. It took 7 tries. I started 2.5 hours ago. Looks like I've been streaming for a little over 2 hours. So I started about 2.5 hours ago, and I managed to get in. Yes to no, I was not attacking, and no to no heals. Oh, interesting. Okay, gotcha. It took JTAL 25 minutes? Yeah. The only thing I can tell you, Snap, is to keep trying. The only thing I can tell you is to keep trying. Okay, we're full health. We gotta try this again. Why is I don't know why defense is leveling up, though. Nothing in the patch notes said defense was changed. Oh, you're on the raid. Gotcha. Okay, this spider's green. Same thing. Dash. Banner for damage. Striker breaking for EC. Retaliate while we put the bleed on. Get some damage. Bleed for punish. Stunned. Weave in assault. It's gonna fall off. Reapply. Banner just fell off. Put banner back down. Assault for damage. Striker breaking level 2. Reapply bleed. Assault for damage. Stone for the interrupt. More damage. Punish didn't come up at all that fight. That went well. That went well. Okay, hang on. So the bear killed me before, right? Let me go back to that bear. Let me see what that bear is doing. Let's see if we get some revenge. You? No, it was the rabbit. Rabbit's not here. Oh, that guy's green. Okay. Let me see how this goes. Banner. Striker breaking. Bleed. Bleed is on. Strike is on. Mocking Blow and Commanding Strike now share the same timer, so Commanding Strike is the better option than soloing. Still waiting for Punish to come back up. Oh, the orc? Yeah. I see him. What if he starts investigating, I'll move. There's Punish. Oh, the bear might actually run. Might be a good idea to back up. Okay, now we have some extra damage here. Okay, so we'll kill this guy. It looks like we're going to kill this guy really well, and then we'll shut off all the buffs. And then we'll try it again. We're back up to full battle points. I like the fact that I'm at full battle points again. And go down, thank you. Okay, so now you hate to see it. Alright, buffs are off. We're gonna wait for our own defensive buff to come off. What's that spider con? Green. It's our next target. Okay, so we have just our gear. We have no buffs. We have some of our defensive skill, apparently, which is re-leveling itself. I wonder if it's... Why would it be re-leveling? Maybe there's something in the mastery tree on the defensive side that does something with defense, and therefore they had to reset it from scratch? Maybe? We haven't looked at the defensive side yet. Okay, here we go. Myself and a green spider. Charge, banner, strike, bleed, damage. Wait for Punish to come up. There's Punish. Damage, damage. Apply bleed, striker breaking didn't land. Banner fell off. Final attack. Still waiting for Punish. Spider's gonna kill us. So, pure soloing is not an option, guys. Because I have arguably better gear than you might have when you get to this point in the game. Because I've been grouping and whatnot. You guys won't be if you're talking about soloing. Don't solo. It's not worth it. Not unless you have your buffs. Just like I told you. You gotta have buffs. Defense isn't going to matter. Our defense has gone up. Would you say we started at 0? So our defense has gone up 60 points, and the spider still would have killed us. So don't solo as a warrior. After level 5. You'll be fine up to level 5. After that, make friends. Or roll a paladin. Soloing's not an option. You'll have worse weapons and worse gear at the same point if you focused on soloing. We're just running back to where it's safe. Yeah. We're in a probably. Oh, what if respecking resets defense? No, there's no way that would happen, right? There's no way respecking would reset defense. Okay, hang on. Let me go. Can I keep you with me for a little while longer, Shy? I want to try and get some more points to defense before we look at the defensive tree. I mean, you don't have to. And just so chat knows, I'm wearing group content gear from like the manor. So I'm wearing some of the best gear you can have at this level. And this stuff, these green mobs are still whooping our butt. Without buffs. just missed with that punish. Strike breaking is now level 3. So that was just with cleric buffs. But now watch the XP bar. So we got like 0.2%, 0.1%, like probably the width of that mouse cursor. So, and again, I'm wearing some of the better gear. That you put Mastery into Shield Bash? We do. I have Shield Bash, well, I have the one upgrade to 50%, but I just haven't used it. I'm not really fighting anything where you have to interrupt something. It would have been the spiders with Tarsal Flurry, but Tarsal Flurry is not a spell, and Bash only works on spells, not abilities. We're not fighting casters. So the Bear's Maul, I wouldn't be able to interrupt. The Spider's Flurry, I wouldn't be able to interrupt. And the wild spells that roam here, I wouldn't even be able to solo them because they just speed nuke you, right? The wild spells have spell haste, so there's just no point. So we'd have to be in Halnir's, or we'd have to be someplace with casters, and then Shield Bash, Bash would come into play. You don't get Shield Bash until later. However, let me get back up here, and we're going to open up the defensive tree, and we're going to look at the defensive window for the mastery. And then we'll, I need a... I think it's safe over here. Pretty sure there's nothing over here. Okay, so we know soloing is not efficient without buffs. That's law right now. You need to have buffs to solo. You don't have a choice. This will refund all your mastery points and reset your mastery tree. Refunding mastery is free currently. Feel free to experiment. Okay. So now we go to the defensive. So we already saw these. This is Hammering Blow. This is Strike of Breaking. And this is Empowered Quell. So we need to see what these do, because they don't tell us what they do in this window. We have to branch out to see what they do. So defensive, typically we're looking at threat, mitigation, and then DPS in that order. Mighty Blow generates additional threat based on battle points consumed. That's interesting, but I'm not using Mighty Blow because again, it charges battle points, which means once you use them, you don't have them. So, reduces the cooldown of counterplay by 30 seconds. That we want. Initial Strike of Rupture generates a small amount of threat, 2%. That's yucky, but we'll take it because it's threat. Increase the range of taunt by 4 meters. I don't know what range would... That's not very important. Each stack of Strike of Breaking now applies a small amount of threat. I don't like the fact that's 1% per. Guarded. Gain a small boost to your armor class for 8 seconds after using Quell. And range I'm not worried about. So we pop that, we pop that. Are we taking anything in here? We have to take... Well, hang on now. Hammering Blow grows more powerful. So what are the Hammering Blow upgrades? Iron Posture. You are now able to channel Shield Block for up to 3 seconds at the cost of 1 battle point per second. I thought they took the battle point usage off of Shield Block. Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Hammering Blow. So Hammering Blow is a new ability. It's not a new ability. We have it on the other server. This is just their version of it here in the PTR for the first time. Dealing physical damage increases physical damage mitigation by 10%. So Hammering Blow hits the mob, but also gives you 10% defense. So we definitely want to take Hammering Blow. I guess we want all 3 of these. You are now able to channel shield block for up to 3 seconds at the cost of 1 battle point per second. I don't know if that's worthwhile. For each battle point that shield block consumes, you receive 5% bonus to healing for 3 seconds. Each battle point consumed will refresh the 3-second duration. Well, I mean, based on there being roughly 50 abilities on either side, they want you to utilize all your points. However, what are the bash upgrades on this side? There aren't any. So bash is an offensive ability. Okay, so bash is not an option. Because the first step is fine to get the 50%. But you want the step where you don't use a battle point. And that is like 15 points in or whatever. Where is it? 20 points in. Yeah, forget it. Okay, so bash is not defense. Okay, good. We ruled that out. Increase the threat generated by assault by 2%. I don't like that either. Increase the range. I don't like the range. Each stack of Strike of Breaking now applies additional bonus threat. That we need. Gain additional boost to your armor class for 6 seconds after using Quell. We'd have to. So we have to take Iron Posture in order to take Hold the Line. When you activate Last Stand, immediately restore 5% of your max health and gain another 5 over 5 seconds. No. Hammering Blow. Hammer the edge of your shield into your enemy, dealing physical damage and increasing your mitigation by 10%. Bash is transformed into Shield Bash, dealing minor physical damage, interrupting spell casting, and silencing the target for 3 seconds. That seems important. So that's why Bash is not offensive, because you transform it into Shield Bash. While a target is affected by Rupture, your Assault, Quell, and Hammering Blow all generate bonus threat. Yep. Reduces the cooldown by an additional 30 seconds. Sure. That seems pretty cool. Okay. We're not worried about the weapon damage increase. No. Anchoring Arrival. The root effect from your Close the Gap ability lasts 2 seconds longer and the target's movement speed is reduced by 25%. That would be alright to chase a mob. Using Storm now grants immunity to root and snare for 3 seconds. That all requires level 20. Your prowess with the shield grants you a small chance to gain a battle point on successful blocks. That's interesting. We'll take that one. $17 points available. We wouldn't really use this for any sort of soloing, but we'll take it. I guess we may as well just dump the points. We can rebuild after. The immunity is nice. The heal's not so much. I don't care for the... what's it, 5%? Yeah, I don't care for the 5%. Actually, for soloing... we selected that, right? No, we didn't. Okay, so let's say we have that and we're not quite level 20 yet. We're going to rebuild. So if we have 12 points and I don't care for the weapon increases here, we could look over here and start spending points. So we know we're going to be using Quell and Hammering Blow, Strike of Breaking, Shield Bash, and I guess Shield Block. But we're still going to need to be able to do damage. So allows your Bash or Shield Bash abilities to grow more powerful based on the number of mastery points. So we'll get that. Allows your Assault abilities to grow more powerful. Lariat we don't get. Punish we don't get. Cleave we're not using. Rupture we have. Let's get Rupture. Mighty Blow we're not using. Could get Assault. Okay, so let's say we get those. So now, based on the abilities that we have on the defensive side... The technique update might be worthwhile once techniques come into the game. Bleed we're not going to be using. Bleed effect now lasts for 2 extra ticks. Okay, so we can pick that up. Increase the damage of assault by 5. Yep, we'll take that. Range I'm not worried about. So we've got those for now, so we hit this. And that still gives us 7 points to burn. We can't get anything here because we don't have 5 points here. I can't put 5 points here because there's nothing here we're going to use. I guess we could pop Storm and the Technique, even though we don't have techniques. So we have those abilities right now. We don't have the third radial unlocked because we're not level 20. We have the extra points we want to use because once we hit 20, we can always come in here, hit refund, and then go back over to the left side if need be. In the meantime, you don't want to leave your points hanging, so you want to utilize all your points all the time. So if you're stuck here until level 20, you want to get what you can here, not all of it, but you want to get what you think is best here, then come over here and find abilities on the right-hand side that coincide with what you're using on the left. Don't start unlocking new abilities, because that's going to cost you too many points to get there. Think about amplifying what you already have on the other side. For example, anything affecting Bash on this side will affect Shield Bash on the other side. So increases the physical damage Bash deals by 5%. I'm assuming Break Focus works on Shield Bash. Maybe it doesn't, though. It might not, because it doesn't mention both. We got 5 points left? We'll take it anyways. Okay, that opens up the second radial. So if we take this... Now we have 4 points to use in the second radial, so now we gotta figure what we're gonna do. So probably Rupture. Increase the overall bleed damage by 10. Ticks will trigger Punish. We're not using Punish. So that would only be for 10% damage. The bleed effect lasts for 2 ticks again. Rupture deals 10% initial damage to targets above 80% health, so it's what you want to open with. So we could get those two, which would amplify our current Rupture. What's over here? Reduce the offhand damage penalty while dual wielding. We're not going to be dual wielding because we have a shield in our hand, so we don't need any of these. Increases the range. We don't need any more range on Storm. Increases the damage of Assault and reduces its cooldown. Yep, we'll take that. Take that. Take that for the extra ticks. Furious Howl is not keyed up until level 20, so that's a typo that needs to be fixed. I shouldn't say typo, that's incorrect and needs to be fixed. And Assault has a chance to attack twice. Okay, so let's take those. So that's our build right now, officially going shield. And that utilizes all of our points at 18. So we go ahead and put the shield on. Put on our best weapon. Now we need to... Why do I have Punish? I didn't unlock Punish. Did I? Did I unlock punish? No, it's right there. Why do I have... Okay. It's gotta be broken, right? It is there. Okay. We're going to keep punish on the bar and see if it lights up, because if so, it's busted. It's not supposed to do that. We have shield block. Shield block would be for emergencies. Shield block is already placed on the default loadout. Oh, it's right there. Okay. So shield bash is new. So that's our interrupt. So we jump in, we taunt, we add threat. Don't need that. Assault doesn't generate threat, neither does commanding strike. I don't like that. Okay, we charge in, we taunt, mocking blow, we bleed, strike a breaking, we counterplay. Shield bash needs to be where we can hit it easily. Quell needs to stay where it is. So if we need to interrupt something, probably gonna want to put it there. Then put that there. After we'll use that. Yeah, okay. What else do we unlock? Nothing else, right? Hammering blow. Hammer the edge of your shield into the enemy, dealing physical damage and increasing mitigation. So that's something we want to use as often as possible. I don't have room. I guess that's not going to pop too often. Where would I put that? 3-meter range, 30-second cooldown, so that's not going to be used all the time either. So we could leave these where they are and just pop them as they light up. Right, okay. Well, we already have Furious House, 20. Okay, so all of our abilities are currently on the bar. Did I take Punish off? Oh, I didn't mean to take Punish off because we need to see if it lights up. Alright, let's take that off. Right click to add this to my hotbar. Not adding. Okay, so we don't have, I can't put it on there. Okay, I don't know why it shows active on the spell list, but whatever. Okay, okay, Mocking Blow. Okay, so they don't want a boar. Boars are undercons. Need a spider. Spiders don't have flurry. That's a bit of a nuisance. What happened to the spiders? Is that bear con? Gray. Spider. Green. Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens. Charge in. Yes, banner down. Put the bleed on. Break a break in. It's landed. That. Counterattack. We're stunned. This mob doesn't cast, so shield bash is not really important. I'm just hitting it every time it comes up. Crash, shield block. Bit of damage. Oh, Quell came up for a second and disappeared. Okay, that's... I don't give us time to hit it. Oh, I didn't put the heal on my bar. Yeah, gotcha. You're right, I didn't. Thought I picked it up. Well, sir, battle points are not so good when defense. Battle point usage is, yeah, battle point usage is pretty bad on defense. Now that was no heal shy. I'm assuming you didn't heal me until the end there, if any. My shield skill's going up from 0 to, wait, what? It says 82 of 90. I wasn't even watching the skill ups. You saw it going up from 0? That's a bug. My shield is almost maxed. And that was no heals. Let me go in and look at that. What was that ability called? Critical recovery, right? Wait a minute. I swear I took critical recovery. Did I not take it? Yeah, I did. It's right there. When you activate Last Stand. Oh, we don't have Last Stand. Why don't we have Last Stand? Don't tell me that's a level 20 ability. I gotta go back to town for a second. I gotta see if Last Stand's available. If you're telling me Last Stand was moved to level 20. Last Stand. Requires level 20. Oh, so we have it in our bag then. Yep, that's why. We gotta be level 20. Okay. It would be interesting to play with a paladin and a dire lord and bounce off threat. I don't know if it matters. What all do we have on the mastery window that was giving us threat? Mighty Blow generates threat based on battle points consumed. Increase the threat generated by assault. We didn't take that? Interesting. The range I don't care for. I don't care for the range of threat. It makes no difference. I don't care for the range of the banner. Everybody I've grouped with pretty smart to fight near the banner. That's AC. That's AC. That's blocking for battle points. That's blocking and increasing our heal. That's gaining a battle point on a block. So that means shield block automatically guarantees a battle point. Storm upgrade is not important, but we took it because there was nothing else to take. That's the heal. Hammering blow is mitigation. Striker breaking now applies bonus threat at 2%. So striker breaking needs to be constantly put on the I mean, it makes sense. But my issue with this is striker breaking, it has a long cooldown to apply the 3 levels, and all 3 have to hit. Bleeding has threat. Counterplay has cooldown but no threat. These are damage increases. While channeling shield block, you are immune to forced movement, including knockback and pull. That's cool. That's like Plant from EQ2. Intercepting spear. If the target struck by javelin is more than 15 meters away, gain a short burst. Oh, I don't care for that. Iron Mandate, not yet active. That's a threat increase. Okay. So that's not implemented yet. We have to wait to get to level 20 for that? I think Iron Mandate, if I'm not mistaken, is in the write-up from back in, I want to say December or January, when they came out with the initial post that talked about the mastery system and some examples of abilities. I think Iron Mandate was referenced there. That's damage, no threat. So all the weapon increases don't give any threat. Close the Gap has no threat. Cleave no longer requires a 2-handed weapon. That's interesting, but you'd have to go all the way out there in order to use it with a shield. If your shield bash successfully interrupts the target spellcasting, increase your block chance by 10. It's interesting. Increase chance for a battle point. When you place any banner, increase your group's sprint speed by 20. Oh, what was the purpose of okay. Gain more boost to AC. Using Assault under the effect of your taunt will generate an extra battle point. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we have to hit level 20. We got two perks we need. Well, Iron Mandate's not in, so scratch that. But we definitely need this one, Tactician. Increase the amount of physical damage your shield block is able to mitigate. Shield block can now be channeled for 5 seconds, will only drain up to 3 battle points. For each second that it's channeled, increase the physical damage mitigated by 5, so it's a 15% mitigation as well. But once you get out here, you can't go back the other way. It won't be worth your time. Shield throw. Hurl your shield, dealing physical damage, knocking the target down. While your shield is traveling, you'll be shieldless and unable to use shield-based abilities. So there's no threat there either. Rallying Brass. If Warhorn successfully lands on 2 or more enemies, refund 1 battle point. What's Warhorn? Warhorn's not even here. That's weird. Why would they have that? No Warhorn. If Warhorn successfully lands on 2 or more enemies, refund 1 battle point. There is no Warhorn ability. Interesting. That references a skill that's not in... Okay, whatever. Storm now has 2 charges, each with a 12-second cooldown. Rupture's Bleed ticks have a chance to refresh the cooldown of Taunt. That's cool. That's worthwhile. So we have to hit... Oh, that's level 40. So a lot of our threat comes after 20. I don't know how I feel about that, because Halnirs would still be a bit... Based on the unlocks that we have right now, places like Halnirs, the Manor, and Goblins. None of this, I don't think, puts us ahead of Paladins or Dire Lords as far as threat goes. Then again, I haven't really seen Paladin or Dire Lord, so I don't know what their modifiers are. Okay, current build. Increase the threat generated by assault by a small amount. 2%. Why is it 2% with only one stack? 2% is, like, that's very minimal. Especially when this is supposed to outline 1 to 50. Alright, so we need 1 point to come over here. We need 1 point to come over here, because I thought I took this, but I didn't. So what do we get rid of? I guess if we do anything at all. We get rid of Lingering Wound. I don't think it matters. The 2 extra ticks of the bleed versus 2% threat. Nah, it doesn't matter. So I think what we have right now, the build that we have right now is the build we would use going forward. I think. Until we hit 20, this is pretty solid. Yeah, because there's no point in taking Cleave. Because Cleave requires a 2-handed weapon until you get past level 20, in which case you can make Cleave a 1-handed ability. But we're not level 20 yet, so it does us no good. So right now Cleave Cleave is never an option before level 20. Defensively speaking. And we have the Last Stand update, but that's not even worth it until you hit level 20. So we really don't have anything that generates any extra threat. Well, I guess we could try and maybe put a group together. I'd like to try and put a couple people in here that I would lose aggro to. Would make things easier to pick when you're leveling from 1. Yeah, for sure. Is this Mastery? Yes, Mascure, yes. The Mastery system is in for tanks. But it's just the start. It's their first pass. It is not a finished product. Hey, G. Are they in for all classes? No, just tanks. Think you're Rogue 17? Sure, Jay. Log him in, send me a tell. Are you free, Shy? Anybody else around level 18 or 17 to 20? Anybody else want to hang out? I saw that, Roto. Also, for those who might be interested, the merchants now, they chopped the prices for tier 1. They dropped from 34 silver to 11 silver. So you can pick up your weapons now for 11 silver instead of 34. It's still a bit for the level, but it's 1/3, or it's 1/3 of what it used to be. So, if you're missing a weapon type that you want to level up and you've got a few silver, go to the Weapon Master. You're not really going to need it for anything else for a long time. The only real time you would want money right now is if crafting was in, and crafting is not in. And it's not going to be in anytime soon. So, spend your money, get your weapons. You'll have to let me know how you make out, Roto. I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to level up the other tanks. I created a Paladin and Direlord on the character screen this evening, but I thought I was going to be able to get in and get a look at the mastery system, but you can't until you're level 5, and I didn't want to spend this evening leveling a Paladin to level 5 and then a Direlord to level 5. I'm sure I'll do it offline or something, just to get access to the windows, and then maybe we'll go over those windows on stream as well. I don't like that I'm running across all these mobs that don't have their cool abilities now. The fact the spiders don't have Tarsal Flurry, it makes me wonder if they didn't move it into the higher level spiders in Mad Run. That's annoying. Part of the challenge out here was knowing how to joust and dodge ability. I don't have words for how the first 15 levels have been so simplified. Like, I don't know what you guys are all mentioning in Discord that's making them nerf the content. Like, I don't get it. They're not doing it on a whim. There's a reason they're doing it. There's a reason that they started doing what they were doing. Got a spot for a week. There's nothing weak about you. Hey. We could throw you in here. You're running from Avelia, okay? That's fine, Say. It works. They have said kits are not done on my... Oh, yeah, no, I know. I actually had VR in here last week. I actually spoke with them in stream. They informed me that the kits weren't done. I'm just saying, they shouldn't have removed Tarsal Flurry. Kit or not. Tarsal Flurry... So, for those who don't know, Tarsal Flurry is a frontal cone that spiders have. In the beginning, only one mob had it. In the beginning, only one mob had it. Then they went and weakened it and gave it to all spiders. So all the spiders in AVP that are 13 plus, they all have Tarsal Flurry. And it's a plant type ability. They plant themselves for 3 seconds and flail wildly in front of them. The objective is when you see Tarsal Flurry start to cast, you need to either run away, run to the sides, or run behind the mob. It practiced you on how to joust and play good. And apparently they've removed Tarsal Flurry, which means just play lazy, just play whatever. Just AFK play or something. And you can't, they can't come to me and say, oh, we got something new planned for the spider. No, you don't need nothing new. Put Tarsal Flurry back in there. The way it was is the way it needs to be. But they took it out because people complained. Go to the Discord and jump in all the channels about gameplay and bugs and just read. Just click on a random forum post and go through I went through a number of them last Saturday. The amount of complaints, like, dudes. Like, go see for yourselves what they're saying. You'll see what I mean. This isn't coming from out of the blue. Show mastery again? Sure. That was just like early on, getting rid of Ravage or whatever it was in HC. It started with Toxic. So, okay, let me give you guys a little history about Pantheon and progression as far as early access and seasons. So the changes first started, so in seasons, Mad Run wasn't available. It was closed off. They had it blocked off from the game because it wasn't acting right. There's a whole bunch of issues. That's story for another time. So, Halnir's Cave, if you notice when you approach Halnir's Cave, you see the green crystals in the entrance, and then you zone in, you see green crystals in the opening chamber, and then you see these crystals throughout the zone. Those crystals were supposed to be the introduction to acclimation. Not the snow. It was supposed to be Halnir's Cave. You go through goblins, and you got introduced to something called pressure plate. Now, it's not important now because pressure plate's not there. It may come back. I have no idea. It's another thing that I'm annoyed that it's gone. All the stuff that made the game whip you into shape is gone, which means now people can just be lazy. You can roll in just like you've played any other MMORPG out there. Though these cornerstone abilities, the people that I ran with, they never complained about those abilities. We learned how to beat them. We learned how to work around them. But a lot of y'all that came in with the Steam, dude, like, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. But anyhow, Halnir's was scary for the toxic when you first showed up. That's why when you go to the merchant for the acclimation, toxic is the first glyphs that are listed, because Halnir's was supposed to be the introduction. Halnir's was supposed to make you scared and plan and say, oh my god, how do we figure out how to get through this? I don't understand. Why are we getting all these debuffs? Why are we taking damage? Why are we slowed? Blah, 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 so on and so forth. We didn't even know the acclimation quest was a thing when it was a thing. So we would go into Halnir's, and Halnir's would make some of us run the frig out and never come back, because of how scary it was to sit next to the crystals. We didn't know where to stand, where to sit, where to post up. We didn't know how far the crystals went in. We didn't know where a safe camp was. None of that stuff. Yes, AK, it kept us on the edge of our seat. And then what happened was we went in one day, and all of a sudden we weren't getting the elemental effects. And we were standing there going, why aren't we getting this slow? What's going on here? And then we looked at the crystals, and we looked for particle effects. So we saw the same effects as always, but we didn't see the environmental debuffs that you get hit with. And we're like, okay, what's going on? Did they turn them off? So we went further down thinking, okay, maybe they moved them further down into Halnir's. No, we weren't getting any of the debuffs. So we're like, we don't understand what's going on here. Then it dawned on us, I think on the second day, that they had toned everything down. Now, whatever, but they had toned it down because people had complained. You can go in the Discord. I wouldn't recommend going now because you're going to have to go back a year and a half or almost a year and a half and look at forum threads or what have you. But they tuned it way down on purpose because they wanted more people to hang out there and not get scared. So they tuned it down. Okay, fine, whatever, understandable. So then Hangor became the introduction to the acclimation system. But Hangor is a 24 plus area, so nobody's really going to get there until you've gone most of the way through Halnir's. So we go into Halnir's, we get past the Ratmen, we get past the Black Rose, and then we get to the Eltherians, right? Or ghosts as people call them. We get to the Eltherians, we start fighting them, and all of a sudden we're introduced to the Mana Weaver. And the Mana Weaver has the two abilities I referenced like an hour ago. There was Unmoral Surge, and there was something Pulse. The Pulse one was a DD, and the Immoral Surge or Unmoral Surge was the group wipe if you weren't paying attention. The trick with Unmoral Surge is that you had to line of sight it. If you did not line of sight and it went off, you were pretty much dead. It would kill a Clothy and a Leatherwear one shot. A tank would be taken down, if at full health, a tank would be taken down to about 5% of their health from one blast. We learned how to utilize the safe room and the chamber down below and where to position the Mana Weavers so they wouldn't hit anybody as long as everybody paid attention and moved when they had to. We figured all this out. But the floodgates opened, and a bunch of people went in there, and the Mana Weaver just wrecked everybody like they were made of paper, and everybody complained, and now all of a sudden, Unmoral Surge and the Pulse are gone. Now, whether or not you say, yes, they moved them further in, I understand, but that wasn't the plan. They were where they were supposed to be for where they were supposed to be. But then everybody came in and got their ass handed to them, and they said, okay, we're going to have to remove them. So they started removing all these abilities throughout the game. And for someone like me and everybody that I grew up with, this unfortunately was a gripe point. This was a grief. This is, like, you guys can sit there. If you didn't go through it, you guys don't know. That's the honest truth. If you didn't go through it, you don't know. But you guys can go through there and say, blah, 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 they're doing this because they want this, and they're doing this because they want that, and so on and so forth. The game, the way it was that I just said, was not testing. This wasn't oh, this is where the abilities are for now, but maybe we'll change them. This is the dungeon, get smart. That's what it was. It was, this is the dungeon, get smart. That's what the whole thing was, and we all learned. Everybody in Seasons learned. But then early access happened, and you guys that have been here, you know. You can go back and see all my streams from the last year and a half. I started whining back in March, I think, and it just hasn't stopped because I keep finding stuff that's too easy. Stuff keeps happening that's too easy, and it never used to be easy. And I get people come at me with excuses like blah, 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 it's coming in, down the road, in the future, so on and so forth. It's, man. Yeah, anyways, whatever, that's neither here nor there. I'm gonna play it off right now that everything is questionable. What I see today could be different tomorrow. That's it. So, that's that. But anyhow, I really like the mastery system, the way they have it. I don't think I have any concerns about how the abilities populate when you level. Like, the order that they're in right now, I don't really see any need to move them around, at least for the warrior. I don't know about the paladin, but I don't see anything that needs to be moved, realistically. They give you a good choice of abilities and modifications for level 5, level 15, level 20. So, I don't think... Oh, sorry, I forgot. We started a group. Sorry. Sorry. We're getting there. Okay, there's 4 of us. Do we have anybody else between 17 and 20 is looking to hang out for a bit? Hey, Jaden, what's going on? Pressure plate was fantastic, man. Face rollers were jumping. It was fantastic to watch face rollers jump into goblin caves. They get down there and just start mashing buttons. Pressure plate would go off and they would just load up that pressure plate, and then the goblin would trigger and they would drop, like they would just get obliterated into last week. I would laugh and laugh because I understood how pressure plate worked and a lot of DPS didn't, and they just kept face rolling to try and kill the goblin as quickly as possible. And all they were doing was just getting us killed. Dude, pressure plate again was scary. Okay, who do we have looking for group? Ooh, there's like nobody looking for group in our level. Oh, that's not good. Is it because it's Wednesday? First kill on my Dialord, just looted sweaty wristbands. 5 AC from a rat? That's new. They increased the AC. Oh, yeah, right. That was in the patch notes. They increased the AC on a lot of gear, levels 1 to 15. Pantheon was a harder game and a more fun game 2 years ago. Well, now, I've had a lot of fun on Stormona. So, I can't necessarily agree with that. I do agree that it was a more difficult game 2 years ago, yes. But as far as fun, I hung out with some pretty awesome people on Stormona, so I had a lot of fun there. We did a lot of ridiculous stuff. I had some genius today when I logged in this afternoon. What was his name? Anatomicon, Anonymicon, Autobot, something anyways. And this one person who was playing a warrior had asked a question, and they were wondering why they weren't able to kill anything on their warrior. And this person said this Autonomicon, whatever his name is, was talking shit like blah blah blah. That's not a problem with the class. It's just, you know, you'll have to play the class mode. He's being a real troll, being a real nuisance for no friggin' good reason. And I pretty much had to shut him up. He's like, blah blah blah. The PTR warrior at least is in a much better place than the live warrior, meaning the warrior on Stormona or the other servers. I'm like, this guy's full of shit. Like he's trolling this dude. So anyways, I smartened him up, and then I told him I wasn't continuing the conversation with him, and then I ignored him. So /ignore is great. Dude was being a doof. I got no time for doofuses, man. I got no time for doofuses. So anyways, I sent a tell to this dude, the lower warrior, and just gave him the lowdown. I helped him out, I think. Oh, I've been informed that a number of people are on Stormona right now because they're raiding. I was looking for people that I would know. They're not here. Well, what can we do? There's the 4 of us. I mean, we could do orcs. We could try Mad Run. What are you guys thinking? You guys have suggestions? I enjoyed the cleric, but the game really needs some real lore and a main quest line to draw me back in. I agree. They are working on it. Certain classes, if you roll classes like the rogue, the dire lord, I think the paladin. I'm not sure about the warrior because I haven't started a warrior recently outside of the server, but there are class quests that are in game now. I think they're usually 3 to 4 steps, 3 to 4 different quests for each class, but they have those. But as far as lore goes, there is some. There are some quest lines. There are 3 quest lines I can think of right now that involve you interacting with the environment. And I don't want to give it away, but there is some lore stuff in the game. But I do agree with you, Uncle Sam. There's a lot of lore that needs to come into the game. Now, here's the thing. They're building everything based on the lore that exists for the game. So once the content is in, the lore will follow afterwards. They won't have to write up the lore because the lore will already exist. BRK would be interesting. The thing is, I think BRK, I think the lumberyard is 16? I think. Let me see. Let me see what we're looking at. BRK, BRK. 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 So it looks like there's one group in BRK. I don't know if they're in the cellar. I don't know if they're in the lumberyard. But there looks to be one group there. We could do that. We could check Black Rose Keep. Orcs. Orcs is good as well. Orcs for gear. Okay, let's do orcs. Let's go to orcs. Oh, I see Jadden. Jadden, if you're still here, is it Jadden or Jaden? Or Jadden? Invite just some... Wasn't he in a group? I thought I saw him in a group. That's why I didn't reach out to him. I'll wait for that then. I can only kill so many orcs. I mean, if you need gear, you need gear. So, you gotta kill the orcs to get the gear. So, I was hoping there would... So, 10 minutes ago, chat, I looked at the mastery window and then I told you, or I mentioned to you guys that I was pretty happy myself personally with where the abilities were as far as how they unlock, like in what order or that sort of thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I still have an issue with there not being enough threat modifiers in the first 15 levels, or in the first 15 points. Because you have Halnir's Cave, you have Goblin Cave, you have Spider Cave, you have Mad Run, you have Manor. On this continent alone, you have those 5 dungeons for level 15. There's not a whole lot of threat increases on the defensive warrior on the mastery window from 1 to 15. I feel like that's going to be a problem, because that's when you need to hook the player. That's when the player needs to know that the defensive warrior is what they want to be. I have a feeling that might bite them in the butt, now that I'm thinking about it. Because I've been losing aggro to rogues the past couple of nights. If you've been here, if not, you can check out the VODs on YouTube. But I've been losing aggro. I won't say regularly, but it has happened frequently with rogues. We've got the points in our mastery tree right now for defensive as best as I can pick for threat. We'll see how it goes this evening, but watch to see how many times a rogue gets aggro, because we have 2 of them in the group now. It's going to be interesting. If I lose aggro with certain regularity this evening, I'm still going to go on record and say the first 2 radials of the mastery window need more threat. Because if they're taking aggro, a Pally and Dialord are going to take aggro. Although, with that said, I wouldn't mind grouping with a Dialord who doesn't use phantoms, and see how that goes. This will be good practice with Shield Bash again, too. I haven't had this in a while. Because we'll be fighting casters up here also. Okay, we could probably set up here. This is where we were last night. Yeah, I think everything up here is all even con. We could do it from here. We're a person down, so stuff won't die as quickly as we would like for it to die. So we might not need to run up the hill to grab any aggro. Okay, we can try that, say. Yeah, there's not really anything different to do. The only difference would be to take the point out of lingering and put the point into keen edge, but I'm not at 2%. If I can't hold aggro reliably without needing 2%, something's wrong. That's too small of a window. I still don't like banners being 20 seconds long when they use 2 battle points. But I guess we'll see how it goes. But on the offensive side, we were consistently finishing fights with 4 to 5 battle points. Defensive side, we were running out. So, I don't necessarily know how that's going to work out. Okay, there's just there, so we're all here. Okay, so for any casters, like Hex Masters and whatnot, when I go to pull them, I'm going to come back and use the tree as line of sight, so nobody engage with them until they get back here. Oh, I got a poisoner investigating. Never mind, change of plans. The battle points again. Why is he stepping on top of me? What on earth? I don't understand what happened there. Am I the strongest character on the server? No, I'm not even level 20 yet. There are level 20s in game that are probably much better geared than I am right now. Okay, Quell procs off a block. Generates a battle point when it procs. Shield block guarantees a Quell. Okay. And then that spends. That spends. That generates. That does nothing. I still feel like we have more spenders than generators. Okay, we're gonna try a skull splitter. I'm good to go. I have no res sickness. Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna be empty on battle points forever. See, just to put the banner down, I don't have battle points for taunt. That's fine, Say. I didn't have enough battle points to put my banner down. That's what the problem was. If I'd have been able to put my banner down at the start, I think we would have been fine. Like, I don't have the battle points to put it down again, so when we pull this next one... Okay, now the banner's down, taunt's down. Okay, go ahead. Face roll if you have to. Okay, that interrupt worked. Ran away so I could get that storm off. That seemed alright. We're down to 2 battle points though. Man, I feel like the warriors are gonna have to, like, legitimately work their butt off. You don't get any opportunity from your kick? Oh, wow. Well, I guess they had to try and control aggro somehow. Why is that not clicking? There's no cost to it. Why is it not clicking when I light it up? Oh, so you guys got aggro. Oh, I managed to get it back. I'll give you a minute to get mana. Hey Tumadin, how are the changes? They're not bad. It seems like when you go defensive warrior, you struggle with battle point generation. When we went offensive earlier, we didn't have a problem. We were generally 4 to 5 battle points up at the end of a fight. But on defense, it seems like we burned through too many of them. We're still testing. He's gonna teleport, yeah. One down. One battle point. I don't know why Quell's not going off. That's 3 times now it's lit up, and when I clicked it, it doesn't do anything. Oh, yikes. That teleport he does, man, that hurts. And we're empty on battle points again. Something's lopsided here. While we're meditating. Something is lopsided here with the battle points. The abilities are better over here to keep battle points. The abilities over here, we keep spending them. While target is affected by rupture, your assault, quell, and hammering blow all generate bonus threat. Well, quell only... Okay, quell is triggerable. Hammering blow. Hammering blow is down here. But it uses a battle point. Yeah. We need another generator. I mean, we could... I mean, looking for a 6 is nothing. I was just keeping an eye on who might be online. Taunt doesn't generate. Taunt spends. When they got rid of readiness, which they shouldn't have done, they put spender on taunt, which makes it blows my mind. They put it on taunt and they put it on I don't know why they did it. I don't know. I'd like to meet the warrior that was playing with this and that is able to manage battle points. I really would. And I'm saying that right now. Whoever's playing a warrior that's managing their battle points after every fight on the defensive mastery side, please reach out to me. Record yourself playing and then send it to me or put it on a YouTube channel so I can go watch it. Because right now, defense is not impressing me. Taunt should just have a cooldown. That's what I thought, Roto. See, with no battle points right now, I don't have a trash mob out here that I can work up a couple of battle points with. So when I go into fight now, I can't taunt, I can't banner. It's another poisoner. Quell won't go off. I don't understand. See, I lost aggro. I just had to use taunt again to try and hold it. I have 3 seconds to do so. I have no battle points. Bleed has worn off. I don't know what it is. I don't like the battle point generation on defense. I don't. It seems fantastic on the offensive side. And we have no battle points again. Wonder how Primus is making out. Anybody know if Primus is on his warrior? Or if he went defensive? There we go. That'll work. Oh, Salison just got aggro. Say and Jess both got aggro. I don't know if these mobs are doing more damage than they used to or what have you, but we are taking a bunch of damage. I will say, I'm not losing aggro to the enchanter. I had to say it. They fixed one problem. They fixed one problem. The enchanters don't like it, but they fixed one problem. Defense is at everybody's defense is at 0? Oh my goodness. Server crashed. What do you mean server crashed? We're still in. Yeah. Were you in the... Did you get kicked from the game? Might have been just the zone. What zone were you in? Were you in AVP or were you in Thronefast? You were in Thronefast. Might be the zone. Lost aggro again. That went pretty swimmingly. Jai still has all their mana. Weird. Okay, this mob is yellow, so this mob's probably gonna hit for a bit harder. Or hit for a bit more. Interrupted that heal. I have no battle points. Lost my threat banner in a second. Interrupted that replenish. Putting taunt on a battle point is... Dude. Interrupting replenish again. Poisoner is Yellow Con. He's going to hit for a lot. When he teleports, he's probably going to hit me for a bunch of damage. Battle points, lost aggro. Quell won't trigger, I don't know why. Oh, maybe the mob's rallied. No, that can't be right. Why would it allow me to light it up if I can't use it? Started a warrior to test solo from level 1, see if anything would be different. Level 1B dropped 5 AC boots, level 1 rat dropped 5 AC gloves. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if that's better. I don't think level 1 should be dropping 5 AC. 3 AC, maybe. I mean, if they're going to scale up the AC, all they got to do is scale up the mobs. Oh, he's rallied. That's why it won't go off. Okay, well that's a double-edged sword, because you storm in, the mob goes rallied, but you need to storm in to get the battle point. But if you storm in, the mob gets rallied, which means when you go to pop shield block to block the damage, and then Quell comes up, you can't use Quell because the mob is rallied. And Javelin, which is the other pulling ability, doesn't give you a battle point. So no more storm on the incoming. Can't afford to have the mob rallied. I still didn't go off. Alright, you two are switching. Oh, I can't switch spots because we're in combat. Aggro again. Still spending too many points. Hang on a second, chat. Shoulder's getting the best of me. I have an appointment Friday to have it looked at. I just said no storm on incoming, and then I storm on incoming. No banner down on that one. No. Two soothsayers. You good to mez one rock? Two-hand mace? What's the damage on it? Probably not 25, right? Nope, I'll pass. Thanks, though. Actually, let me get this wolf. 25 damage? Yeah, it's the two-hand mace from the manor. Has 25 damage on it. To give you an idea, so the manor is 2 levels below this area. Now, never mind the color code. Based on difficulty, the manor is 2 levels below where we are right now. So this is the one-hand club, or hammer. It's the hammer skill, but it's a club. So this is the one-hand club that drops at the manor. 17 damage. Oh, I put it in the bank. I'll show you the axe. So the axe out here has a damage of 8. Look at this, the one-hand weapons at the manor. 15. 17. 11 for the dagger. Yet out here it's 8 for the axe. The gear out here hasn't been updated to be either on level with the manor or slightly above like it should be. The gear here is lower than the manor, significantly. When you're talking about a 15 damage sword versus an 8 damage sword, that's significant. Yes, that's the answer for everything. It's the PTR. But they just updated the level 1 to 15 gear. So we have to wait till they do the 15 to 30 or 15 to 20 right now. But it still wouldn't make sense because the manor is level 15. This place is level 15. So the gear should have been coded the same. This came in later. So what they should have done is said, what other... We have this area coming in. We need to fill it in because it was empty. Right? A year ago, this was empty. So how do we do it? Well, what's dropping in the manor? Oh, okay. Well, let's do something similar, but just call it something different because it's orcs and not ghosts or undead. Sure, let's do that. Nope, they didn't do that. ETR or not, this area should have been updated to mimic the manor a long time ago. This place isn't new. It's newer, but it's not new. And they've had the opportunity to upgrade the gear here. It's been on the Discord. People have mentioned it on Drop a Stream like a year ago. Oh my goodness. That teleport is ridiculous. Oh, there's 19. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Here we go, Rock. Look at that sexy beast. Oh, we need Shy to get some mana. Is that rare boar spawn on the cliff going to Manor Club still decent? I don't know, Shug. I haven't had a drop. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't seen the named out there. And I've checked, I think, 3 times in the last couple of days. Anytime I'm over in Thronefast, I always go up there and check real quick, because I'd like to see if it's still 8 damage or not. This is the same weapon graphic as the beetle swords in the Enclave that come off the Death Beetle, his 2 mandibles. that the sword from the mountain and silent plains, the hit point drain one? No, this is the sword that drops from the named griffin in Thronefast. This is the feathered wind blade. The one you're thinking of is the Blade of Carnage. Yes, same name as in EverQuest. It's their version of the Blade of Carnage. It has a life tap on it. Okay, here comes another Hexmaster. Aggro again. Missed with so many skills. Well, I always lose aggro at half fight. We're still not getting battle points back healthily. I don't like the battle point generation having gone defense. We're down to one battle point. Pop taunt, I'm out of battle points. Oh, this is insane. Offense was so much better. Yeah. You can spec as often as you want. We went all down offense and then we respec'd for defense. But because we're not level 20 yet, we had to put a number of points back over on the right-hand side. So most of our points are over on the left and some are over on the right. But there aren't enough upgrades over on the left-hand side for threat, which is interesting. Like, nowhere's near. You would think they'd have more threat on the left-hand side, but they don't. I mean, to give you an idea, if I log on to Krushnek over on the Stormona server, so the Stormona server right now has the newly revamped wizards for the past 7 months, 8 months. Over there, the wizards are the strongest class right now. They're severely overpowered because of the new unified mob system and the way the wizards are designed. That's over on the Stormona server. I've been over there with Krushnek, and I've been grouped with 2 of those wizards in a place called Smoldering Trenches. 4.5 hours. I lost aggro twice. And the reason I lost aggro was because an enchanter pet pulled it off of me. I never lost aggro to the 2 wizards. Over here, I'm losing aggro quite frequently, to give you guys an idea. Now, maybe you played a warrior on Stormona, and maybe you lost aggro, or maybe you grouped with the warrior that wasn't me, and the warrior lost aggro. I never lost aggro. So, this is a completely different beast. And I'm not a fan of the battle point generation. Before anybody has to say anything else, that's it. I can log in right now over there, group with the 2 wizards, group with any wizard, group with any class except for the overpowered enchanter pet, and I won't lose aggro. I never have. I group with some pretty crazy people, and I never lose aggro. And the only reason I'm losing aggro over here is because I can't get enough battle points back. They have us using too many spenders and not enough generators. Now, there's a generator at level 20, but that doesn't help us level 1 to 19. See, I just lost aggro again, halfway. Now I got it back, I just lost it again. Now, I took a lot of time right there to not use taunt in order to get battle points back. That's as far as I can tell, that's the only way you're going to be able to work this out with the battle points, and that's a bad day. This content is no problem. You go to Smoldering Trenches or Enclave, that's a bad day for everybody but the tank. I don't know what's going on with Quell. The mob is not rallied, and I can't proc Quell. I lost aggro because of it. We're down to 1 battle. Oh, man. Didn't proc again. Whether the mob is rallied or not, it doesn't matter. Quell won't go off. I don't understand why. It's gone off once the whole night. I don't know why he keeps moving on top of me. That's a bug. That used to happen a long time ago. All the mobs would position on, like, he's right on. Every time. Every time he moves on top of me, I die. Every time. I don't get it. I feel like I'm weaker now than I was last night. This group, the 5 of us, should have no problem killing this stuff up here with what we have. We have DPS, we have CC if we need it, we have a heal, and we have a tank. There's no reason for us to die to one mob like that. Or at least me. But I've been getting obliterated. And it's been a Hex Master twice. And for some reason, they keep moving on top of me, and when they do that, I can't hit them because they're standing on my character model. They did this months ago, and it was a bug, it was broken. But every mob that you would engage in melee range would go to whoever had aggro and stand right on top of them instead of in front of them. And when they do that, you can't hit them. And it's not a teleport, and it's not an ability. They just move there. It's a nuisance. Because then you back up, and then they teleport again, and then you move back, and they teleport again, and there's no way they're teleporting every 2 seconds. Now, I just burned 3 battle points right there, just on the incoming. 2 for the banner, 1 for the taunt. And I'm probably still going to lose aggro about halfway through. Okay, for some reason Quell will trigger when it's on the top bar, but not in the bottom. Doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand. You're out of mana. Uh-oh, that's not good. Again, it procced and didn't go off. See, we lost aggro. I'll have to get it back. I just burned 2. Lost it again. Burned 2. Generate 1. That's bad math. Don't grats me. It was a reding. No, don't grats me. Regrats. This time I'll let you med shy. I promise. I wonder if... Hey, Cross, thanks, man. I'm looking to see if the Wind Blade procs. Used to proc, right? Thought it used to proc. It's not procking. Okay. It used to. Oh, hello. Lost aggro again. Hey man, what's going on? Does that mean they got it? Alright, this guy's gonna teleport on top of me again. There he goes, he just teleported. Scorch Fog is interrupted. Oh my god, what is killing me? All that damage. No, I'm not. Not in the slightest. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was looking for, was Wind Cutter, but it doesn't seem to be proccing. Gotcha. Oh, we leveled, so we have... Okay, well, you know what? Let's get that. Hmm. 2%'s not enough. Increases the range of effect. That doesn't help either. We don't use cleave. Burns too many points. Nothing else for us to put a point in. Okay. Failed interrupt. Oh, we're down to 1 battle point. Battle point generation. It's not good. Even saving Storm till the end to get the free battle point off of it is still not worth it. I can only imagine on higher level mobs, like yellow and orange, like what they're aiming for. I can only imagine the headache that would bring. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you. And we're exhausted. Hey, counter. It's not bad. The mastery system, I mean, as far as they had the points, or the abilities, the modifiers, they seemed interesting. There wasn't a lot of threat on the defensive side, which I have an issue with. But it seems like on the offensive side, we had no problem maintaining 4 to 5 battle points after every fight. But on the defensive side, I keep running out. I feel like if I should be running out of one of the two builds, it would be the offensive one. Because tanks are meant to tank, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Problem being, one of our battle point generators. Oh, I'm getting those dots again. I've got the poison one on me. Missed that one, so now I got both. Oh, I got the fire, no poison. I still have the fire dot on me. I didn't initially have a problem with the defensive mastery side as far as the abilities they have set up, but again, my concern is we keep running out of battle points. And the problem is when I go down to 1 or 2 battle points, it's very difficult to start the next pull because it takes two battle points to bring your banner out. It takes a battle point to bring your taunt out. It takes a battle point to put your bleed on. It takes battle point to shield block? No, is it hammering blow? Yeah, hammering blow takes it. Like, we have 5 battle point spenders right there, but we only have 1 to get it back unless I run away from the mob fast enough that Storm lights up and then Storm back to the mob. But then if I do that, I put the mob in a rallied state, which means it can't be affected. Yeah, I feel like we need 1 more spender. We used to have kick. We don't have kick. We have kick on the other server. We don't have it here. It's not in the mastery window. I guess they removed it. Was it kick or bash? I can't remember. It was kick or bash, whatever. I can't remember what it was called. I thought there was a kick. There was a kick, right? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Lost aggro, got it back, lost it again. Lost aggro again, got it back. You were part of the push to remove kick for being too OP. Was kick OP? Why was kick OP? Wasn't it just used for a battle point? It wasn't our interrupt because we had bash for that. I thought kick was just a battle point generator. I might have to log back over and look. I won't do it now. use it again. Oh, you were joking. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only reason we used kick was for the battle point recharge. Just to get the battle point. But they removed it for PTR. Uh-oh, I got both dots on me, Shy. This is bad. Those dots are too powerful. Those dots are too powerful. Those dots are so powerful. Man, those dots just took like 20% of my health at a time. The dots are too strong. We can only interrupt one at a time. Like, and that's only if it lands. Like, yeah, the dots are too strong to get both of them at the same time. I mean, it's not like I'm slacking. I got the hit points, but those two dots still just melt you. Players can't even do that much damage. Well, enchanters used to until today. Lost aggro twice. I think I've died more tonight than I died yesterday. But assault is our only generator. Until they run. Hey, Yuke, what's going on? How you doing? Hey, Dave. You're doing the update? Gotcha. One point available. I think we'll wait until this opens up. We have a quick bio AFK chat, so when they get back, we'll continue. Changes. I mean, I kind of like the mastery window for the warrior. I do have issues that there are next to so real quick. The way the mastery window works, so never mind the right side, that's offense. So on the defense side, this radial is only for level up to level 5. This radial unlocks at level 15, and this radial unlocks at level 20. This stuff back here comes at 40. That's neither here nor there. In this area here, there's next to no threat increase to the warrior. There's modifiers to existing skills, but the couple of threat increases of note are, as you can see by this tooltip, 2%. And it still doesn't seem like enough. I'm still losing aggro constantly to either of the two rogues that are in the group, because we keep running out of battle points on the defensive side. Now, earlier in the stream, we did a bunch of stuff with the offensive side. We specced out, went out to AVP, killed a couple things. It seemed to go pretty straightforward, and we were consistently finishing the fight with anywhere from 4 to 5 battle points, which was great. On the defensive side, we keep emptying out on battle points, and that's a problem. Because typically, if you're going to have threat issues, you need at least 3 battle points at the start of every fight. You need 2 for your banner and 1 for your taunt. And we're finding that we're not getting that. So when the fight starts, you make 2 decisions. Everybody does their thing, and you lose aggro right off the bat, and then it becomes a struggle to try and get it back. Or 2, you let the warrior beat on it a bit, in which case they take a whole lot of damage because the mobs hit hard, and the healers burn through more mana to heal before everybody jumps in. Either of those scenarios are lose-lose so far tonight. So I'm not a fan with the battle point generation on the defensive side versus the battle point generation on the offensive side. That's my concern right now. And the thing is, there are a couple of threat abilities that open up at level 20. But until you get to level 20, you've got the Goblin Caves, the Spider Caves, the Manor, Halnirs. You have those alone, 4 dungeons alone, where you need to be able to hold aggro or you're going to get your group killed. And right now, it doesn't seem like that. And you could say, oh, well, maybe get the DPS to taper off. I understand that, but then with the fight going longer, the healer runs out of mana and then everybody dies anyways. And then you could say, oh, we'll get a second healer. Well, yeah, you could do that, but you can't expect a group to rely mandatorily on having multiple heals every time they log in. That's virtually impossible. So that's where we are right now. But I do like what's in the mastery window. I just don't like the fact that there's still hate problems. Didn't I answer you, Feast? I think I answered you. Okay, he just moved on top of me now. What is going on? Oh, he's got fire and poison. Oh, I'm as good as dead. I'm gonna try and interrupt at least one of them. There's Venom. Okay, I interrupted Oh, get off, dude. See how he's moving? That's a bug. That's not supposed to happen. Rats. Wait till you get mana shy. Oh, Primus isn't even in Pantheon. I thought he'd be playing Pantheon. Lost aggro again. Excuse me. Here comes the dot. I got the poison dot currently. The next cast will probably be the fire dot. got that one interrupted. Poison will be coming up. I got that one. Fire will be coming up. I won't be able to get it. Oh, maybe. Weathering. There's fire. It's venom. Oh, shoot. Burned. Oh, he's standing on top of me again. Don't stand on top of me, man. Okay, that went well. Got that replenish. Man, these bone charmers. Those Bane dots are new, right? I don't think they used to cast Bane of Fire and Bane of whatever. Didn't they have different names? Maybe they didn't. I don't know. Those dots seem like they eat a whole lot of hit points. Okay, incoming Hexmaster. Got that Bane of Fire. There's Venom. Got that one too. I might not get the next one. Got Weathering. Nice. Oh my goodness, I'm missing her getting parried. I don't know why Quell won't go off. Oh, you're out of mana? Whoops. I got that Bane. No, I didn't get the Bane of Venom. Oh, that's so cheap. Oh, now I get fire. I'm dead. I guess we don't have a way to clean that or purge that, huh? There's Venom. I got the Venom. Standing on top of me. Try and get the fire in a second. It's fog. It's fire. It's weathering. Is it going back to Venom? Yep. Got Venom. I'll probably do fire now. I won't have it. Oh, he's running. Okay, so I can let Scorched Fog in and I can let Weathering in, but I have to try and stop Banes. I'll let you med. Is the damage different than 8? Oh, wait. $16. What's that one? Oh, wow. Where'd that come from? Oh, up behind the wolves? I would take it. Thank you, sir. Aw, Bane of Venom landed on the run? That's so dumb. They got, like, extended range or some nonsense. I got Bane of Fire. Oh, come on. Bane of Venom right afterwards. Alright, I'll try to get the next Bane. Scorched Fog. Bane. Got it. Weathering. It's probably going to be Bane of Fire in a second. Stop standing on me. Hey Zish, what's going on? Would you be able to hold aggro for longer if you double tapped on pull? I'm not sure. I mean, double tap would have to go off. Excuse me. Come on, Soothsayer. Turn around. I got other warriors noticing that their defensive skills were at 0. Hmm. that... Oh, come on. I got the venom. I didn't get the fire. Got the vein of fire. Okay, I don't understand what's with the Hex I don't understand why he's teleporting on top of me and I'm dying. He's not casting any spell, but he keeps teleporting on top of me, and then I lose chunks of my health. And I don't have both debuffs, or both dots, as you can see from the right side of my screen. That's the 4th or 5th time that's happened tonight, and it's only with the Hex Masters. I don't understand why they teleport. They keep moving on top of me and not casting anything. It doesn't make sense. In your opinion, how has the ideal group composition changed with PTR? You're looking for something different than on live. I will say this. If you can group with 5 other individuals who know the game and roughly know their class, you can get a lot done both on PTR and live. However, I feel like on PTR, looking for specific classes is a thing. So for example, we know that the enchanter wasn't quote-unquote broken. It was testing, but one of their spells was ramped up and it ended up being higher than most other threat generation in the game. Anyhow, a lot of people would look for 2, 3, 4 different enchanters to have in their group at the same time and just go annihilate everything. Now, if we were to assume that all classes in the game had their abilities all scaled properly and everything worked, you probably have some flexibility as to who to put in your group. But to go into a place like Black Rose Keep or Halnir's, you probably want at least 2 healers. And the reason I say that specifically is because there's a good chance you're going to get more than one mob on aggro. Whether the mob runs away, whether the mobs are too close to each other, whether somebody else accidentally hits a spell, somebody moves and stands a different way, an ad starts to investigate, the player doesn't see it, and then it jumps on the group. All those situations can happen, in which case to have the extra heals is nice. Do you need 3 heals in a group? No, I don't think so. Nice to have though. You've got your buffs, you've got the damage shield, and you've got your big heals, so that's cool. As far as the tanking goes, as long as you don't have 2 tanks in your group, you seem to be okay. There's no real defensive and offensive without the mastery window, so having a paladin and a warrior, like the warrior would never tank. The warrior would have to go DPS. Now, with that said, you could have 2 tanks in the group as long as the warrior's not tanking, because the Dire Lord can pull aggro from the warrior and hold it from other classes. The paladin can hold it better than the warrior can. Not as good as the Dire Lord, but that's still fact. With the mastery windows open or unlocked right now with the tanks, I haven't seen the Dire Lord or Paladin, but I can tell you that if there's barely any threat on the defensive warrior side, there's probably barely any threat on the Dire Lord or Paladin side. And if there is, somebody's really screwing up. That's what it comes down to. Now, there will be players out there who will probably have bad tanking experiences with Paladins and Warriors, in which case they'll get the bias to always go for a Dire Lord. I want a Dire Lord, I want a Dire Lord, I want a Dire Lord. That's happening. That's been happening for a year and a half. That's not going to change. They'd have to do away with their provoking phantoms. That won't be a thing. That's like a selling point to the Dire Lord. So, as far as that goes, specific loadouts for PTR, no. Depending on the area that you're in, yes. Like out here, we're fine out here having 5 people. Now we have 4 now because 1 left, but we've had 5 most of the evening, right? We've been okay out here with 5 people, 1 of them being a healer. Where it's gone sideways is when these dots have landed. Now these dots are if we could manage them with interrupts with more than 1 person, we would have been fantastic, and I probably wouldn't have died the entire night here. But unfortunately, these dots get away from you, and there's just nothing you can do. Now, if you turn around and say, well, if you had a second healer, could you get both dots and still be fine? Probably not. If you watch every time I got both dots, your hit points came off like 20% at a time. It was significant. Probably to the point where you would say the dots are overpowered. Like, there's no way, even if you get 2 dots on you, there's no way the dots should automatically annihilate you with the healer in the group. And that's what's happening. And it's no fault to the healer. The healer casts their heals, they have to cool down, they have to wait for it to come back up. They can't do anything else. It's just, it's these, at this camp, the Bane of Venom and Bane of Fire together are just too much damage. They even wrote off the Dire Lord. And the Dire Lord has a life tap. I don't. So there's that as well. Like, yeah. I don't think you need a specific composition, but I think people are forcing themselves to make specific compositions. We'll say that. As far as different on live, I can do a lot of stuff on live with odd combinations of players. You talk to 95% of the players that go into Smoldering Trenches, and they'll tell you they're not going without 2 healers, minimum, and an enchanter, minimum. I've run Smoldering Trenches with 1 healer and no CC. So, you know, it's who's in your group and what you're doing. But on live, you have so much more available. You have all your abilities going up to level 50. You have it on the old Chevron model, not this colored tiered model that we have right now. So there's no real comparison to have as far as a composition. If I were to be a picky individual, I would be really picky on this server and not so much on live. I've grouped with 5 other people, and I've coattailed 2 or 3 people, meaning I just brought them along because they were looking for a group, had nothing else to do, and I don't really care if they were successful or not. We could still kill content as long as we had a full group. I've done that too. You can't do that here on the PTR server. It seems like things are a little rough right now, but it's all in the testing. It's all in the testing. That's all. But yeah, as far as specific composition, as long as you have a tank, as long as you have 1 heal, everybody else is filler. Because see, the interesting thing is, on the live server with the Chevron system, you had to be specific about what you were fighting. So for example, regular, Chevron, right? So let's say you're going into a Chevron area where there's a high chance of encountering spells as opposed to melee abilities. So then all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, if we're going to go into the Tower of the Mad Wizard, we're probably going to want whoever has anti-magic. Well, all of a sudden you've just cut out half the classes in the game, because not all the classes have all the different types of counter abilities, so to speak. So there is that. On this server, with the unified, excuse me, with the unified mob system, there is no this and this. There's this, and then 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 this. So you can step up. You have more variety. The issue is right now with this step up is that it doesn't seem to be, I'm not going to say scaled, but it seems like the first 5 or 6 levels of the game are straightforward. You might get a death or 2 at level 1 or 2, but then from level 6 onward, it gets a bit tricky, and then you get some gear, and then you think, okay, everything's going to be good, you're going to crawl fine, but then some ability or some spell just turns your group upside down or what have you. And again, this is stuff that players need to report. You can't just leave it up to one person. You got to pull your weight. I don't play an enchanter, I don't play a cleric, I don't play a druid, I don't play a shaman. If you guys play any of those classes and you experience something that doesn't seem right, look into it and then post on their Discord. They have asked on every single update for the past month, the past 4 updates, go to Discord, post your input. So if you see something that's sideways, not working right, seems overpowered, seems underpowered, go to their Discord and post. Don't necessarily post under the class forums that they have. Go down to the bottom to where you see the PTR channels and post in there. I promise you, they go over all those posts and see. I've sat here and watched the PTR live chat scroll in Discord, and I've seen VR in there communicating back to the players. But if you don't tell them, they will never know. I can't tell them. I can't make stuff up. I don't know how the enchanter works or the cleric works or the druid. I mean, I have a general idea of what I think they do, but I don't play them. So I wouldn't be the person, like, you wouldn't come to me and say, hey, Crush Man, I'm trying to use Counterspell 2, and for some reason it's not working on this caster type, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on. What am I going to do? Even if I was the messenger, I'd get shot. Because they're like, wait a minute, Krushnek doesn't play a caster or whatever, he plays a warrior. Like, you need to go and post your proof. And if you're not playing the game on the server currently, I mean, really, like, a person has no say, right? You have to be testing. That's why there were this many playing the game, 7 months ago. Then the winter stop came on where they increased the bonus XP, and all of a sudden this many people became this many people. And now that we're on the PTR server, this many people has become this many people. But these people are staying. But the problem is, with this amount of people, these people are posting. These people are still playing the game as if it's a game, right? Nobody should look at this game as a game start to finish. It is a testing ground. If you're logging in here just because you want to get in a group, you want to crawl dungeons, and you want to get loot, go play something else that's out there. If you want to test and be supportive with the game, test and be supportive and post. They specifically say Discord, not OOC, not email, not 2 cans in a string. They want you to go to Discord. And I'm helping you out by telling you where to go. You go to the bottom of the Discord to where the PTR channels are, and you go into feedback and bugs and whatever else is down there. Stay out of the class channels. That's a cesspool of nonsense. How do you backstab better? Right, exactly. Get a bigger stick. Okay. We gotta find people. Any DPS 17 to 19 or 17 to 20 looking for group? Ooh, a lot of people have logged off. Dronefast is still crashing? Dude, that's been crashing all evening. I've had tells about it crashing. You're looking for a group, Cyclops? What's your tune's name again? Were you with us yesterday? I don't remember. Hey, Shoklin, what's going on? Yeah, there's like nobody on. Game is lagging bad. That's probably why there's nobody on. That was just a search for level 17 to 19. There were only 5 people available, and I think 3 of them were healers. We need DPS. I'm talking to one on my desk. I'm not using the microphone doesn't detach from these headphones, and these headphones are like, I really like these headphones because they're comfortable. So the mic is just here. I just move it out of the way because it'll hit my chin or my neck or what have you, and it's uncomfortable. But I have a mic up here above the stream. I do voiceover work and narration, so I have a pretty high quality mic. I have some pretty snazzy audio on here. You can't even leave the group you were in? Yikes. Be careful with Cyclops. If they're playing a ranger, they probably miss a lot. It's best to go with someone who has binocular vision. You're getting lag too? Are you in Thronefast? Yeah, that's everybody's getting the lag apparently. You gotta be in zone rope for me to get you. We'll take him, Rock. Tell him to come to ABP and send me a tell, if you wouldn't mind. It might be rough for him, though, because these mobs are going to be red, so he's going to want to make sure... I mean, he's definitely going to want to make sure he doesn't get aggro. He might trip on his own weapon. But we'll take it. DPS is DPS. We'll go with Orgrushi first, just because Rockdove had mentioned it first. I'd rather go with them first, see how it plays out. They might like it here, they might not want to be here. I wouldn't want Rock to invite them already and then go with another person. And we just have the one spot, so I'd rather start with Org. Now, with that said, I do have a headset in my closet here that has a really awesome microphone, but the headset doesn't work. It broke a while ago. The cord got stuck under my chair. I went to stand up. I put my hands down on my chair. I stood up. I pushed the chair. The chair ripped the microphone cord. Stupid cords. I didn't get a tell from an Org Rush. I got a tell from a Rushi. Is it Rushi? Not Org Grushy? I don't want to invite the wrong person. Same person, okay. They're not in zone. Is that an L or an I? Am I spelling that wrong? Nope, they're not in zone. That's been happening to a number of people in the last 40 minutes. He's saying on the Dire Lord DPS spec, he's able to get 600 damage hits? Come on. Man, that is dudes. I'm done with the warrior. We gotta do something else. $600 damage on the Dire Lord. Exactly. Flips it. Yeah, flip my desk. Wish I could. No, I don't. I wouldn't flip my desk. 600 damage hits on a Dire Lord. That's just dumb. Rogues are able to crit on a backstab for 180, but a Dire Lord apparently is doing 600 damage. 4 times the amount of a rogue. I should play one for science? Oh, dude. I think if I played a Dire Lord, it would turn me off of the game. It's too easy mode. Way too easy. They're always easy mode. I don't understand what their logic is with the 3 tanks, but the Dire Lord is always the easy mode. The last 2.5 years, Dire Lord's always been easy mode. Always. I know, Cross. I know. How you doing in that? Did you make it over there? I know Vex over there. Hey, Absolute. They most certainly do. Couple, what would you call it? A couple patches here and there probably need some seeding, but, you know, lawnmowers aren't a thing here, so there's no grass blades to populate the clear areas. It's looking pretty good so far. Just creating a tune on it now. You got a Beast Lord to 10 on Frost Reaver? Right on. Yeah, it's, you know, it's like I mentioned, they went last August, they went and changed, so the warrior was supposed to be the master of the battlefield. If you read the initial description of the different tanks, the reason why the warrior is the only class in the game that utilizes all weapon types is because he was supposed to be the most flexible. Now, he might not necessarily be the best at tanking out of the 3 tanks, but he was supposed to be able to hold his own along with the Paladin and Dire Lord if you played that way. There's always been 3 tanks with Pantheon. Always been the 3. Now, some people count the Monk. Back in the day, the Monk, if you knew how to play the Monk could be a 3.5 or a 4th tank. There were situations where the Monk would not be the best choice. Like up in Hangor, there were a couple of spots. But for the most part, the Monk could have been considered a tank class back then. So last August they changed the warrior over from knowing all the weapons to specializing in shields, meaning they were going to be the shield tank. So Dire Lords had the dual wield, Paladins had the 2-hander, and warriors were going to excel with the sword and board if they chose to tank. If they chose to tank. They flipped them over last summer, and it's just been it's been a struggle. Now, if you watch my previous streams from back then, I do everything. It's not a brag. I have the proof. It's there. You just have to watch it. I do everything. I've killed everything in the game. We race through stuff. I know the warrior over there like the back of my hand. It's absolutely insane. But they still have never been on the same level as the Paladin or the Dire Lord, period, all the way up to today. Now that we're on the PTR server, pretty much hitting ground zero again because of the unified mob system, I still feel like the warrior's not where the Paladin and the Dire Lord is. And I thought the mastery window would help, but going through the level 1 to 15 abilities on the mastery window, there's very little threat generation. I don't understand why they've done this. I even expected to see the threat multipliers they took away. I expected to see them somehow spread or put onto the mastery window, but that is not the case. At least not between here and level 20. Now the thing is, level 1 to level 20 is important because, and I said this twice earlier, but you've got 4 different dungeons where you need to be able to tank reliably or it's game over. And if there aren't enough increases to threat to hold aggro, nothing has changed, quote unquote. Like, when I'm tanking on the warrior, I'm not looking to do DPS. I'm looking to generate threat. I don't care how it's done. And yes, you can sit there and go, well, DPS is threat. I get it, Einstein. That's not the point. The point is, the defensive warrior should be threat and mitigation. The offensive warrior should be DPS. Period. Maybe DPS and utility because they have the bleed and bash. But for the shield tank, it should be threat mitigation and nothing else. DPS should be at the bottom of the list. Now, mind you, if the game was designed that DPS was a primary way to hold threat, that would be an argument in itself, because then people would turn around and say, yeah, but now you got to give the warrior threat mitigation and the most DPS. That doesn't make sense. So, like I said, threat and mitigation on the defense, DPS on the offense. That's how it should be. Uh-oh, we're lagging. I see moonwalking happening over there. Am I lagging? Uh-oh, Shy. You're moonwalking. Everybody else able to stand up and move? Everybody's lagging? It's frozen in TF? Oh my goodness. I must be lagging and don't notice it yet. Or maybe Canadians are immune. That could be a thing. Oh, nope. I couldn't use my food or drink. I'm lagging too. I just don't see it. We're all crashing. I'm gonna get up here. I just tried who, and who doesn't work. She's going down, Captain. Lagged earlier while I was buying a weapon. Spent all my... I was gonna say, you bought a weapon and you ended up with 4? I do have to say, and I'll bring it up again, Roto, I appreciate the fact that they adjusted the price of the weapons for Tier 1. That's nice. That gives players the opportunity to make a bit of silver and then go pick up a weapon they want to play around with until they find something. Really good of them to do that. For those who don't know, all the weapons that are sold on the merchants used to sell for 34 silver. That's asinine right now with the state of the servers in the game as far as making money. However, with today's update, they went through and amended the prices. The Tier 1 34 silver is now Tier 1 11 silver. So if you have 22 silver or so, go pick up 2 weapons that you might want to work with that you might not have dropped yet. It's definitely worthwhile. The only other reason you would have money is for crafting, and crafting is not in the game. So. You are Roto. They increased the coin drop rate on names in Thronefast. In levels 1 to 10, They increased the money drop from named mobs, so specific mobs are dropping more money. So you are correct there. Okay, well, that happened. Let me flip that off for a second while we give it a minute. No, there's still a gold 30 or something. Nope, then they changed them because they're now 1 gold, 30 silver or something. Panel 2 is 1 gold, 13 silver, or 1 gold, 30 silver. All right, chat, the server crashed. We got to give him a few minutes. I just know panel 2. It's going to be tier 2, so it's going to be 11 to 20. Which is crazy because I don't think anybody around that, like without grinding your heart out, I don't think most people are going to have that kind of money to pick up 2 or 3 weapons at a gold 13 or a gold 14. And especially a warrior who needs to level at the minimum a blade, a blunt, and a piercing. So that's almost 4 gold right there. Not many people are going to have 4 gold between 11 and 20. Ragnarok. Tier 2 was 3 gold something. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure tier 2, I'm pretty sure when you hit tab 2 on the weapon master, it was 1 gold something silver. That's the first place I went tonight when I went live. I went to the weapon master, and then I went to the dude. Well, I went to the dude in Demeth first, and then the weapon master in Avelia, and it was 11. It was 11 silver, 17 silver, 34 silver. Next panel was 1 gold, 13 silver, or something. That was tier 2. So if it used to be 3, it looks like they dropped everything by a third. Because you got to think about it. Tier 1 was 34, now it's 11. That's a third. So if tier 2 was 3 gold something, a third would be 1 gold something, which is what it is right now. So they must have adjusted prices by 2/3. So there you go. Wah. Okay, let me check out their chat and see what's going on. What are we going to play? We're going to go play WoW? I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. What is this? Is that the name of the fort? In West Avelia, I was born and raised. In the newbie yard is where I spent most of my days, slashing out, smashing, and XPing all cool, hunting small brown rats to level my tune, when a couple of ogres who were up to no good started kiting all the skellies in the neighborhood. I had one little respawn and my class trainer got scared. She said, "You're going to have to train at Fortress de Vierre." That is fantastic. That is fantastic. Oh. Somebody actually typed that up. That was fantastic. Let me see. Give me 1 second, chat. While we're waiting for the server, I'm back up again. Okay, man, no worries. We'll talk to you later. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let's do this and see how this works out. All right, let's play around with some AI. Based on the lore, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, create a song about the continent of rainfall in the style of the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see. The Fresh Prince of Rainfall. Now, this is a story all about how rainfall got flipped, turned upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how this continent became the wildest on terminus air. In the west of the world, born and raised on volcanic shores where the dragons blaze, chillin' out, craftin', fightin' all cool, dodging ashen elves like it's old school duels. When a couple of storms, they were up to no good, started making trouble in my neighborhood. Got in one little raid and the giants got scared. They said, "You're heading to the wastes where the brave don't dare." I whistled for a skiff, and when it came near, it was carved out of bone with a Dire Lord steer. If anything, I'd say this ride was rare, but I thought, nah, forget it. Yo, to rainfall we tear. I pulled up to the docks about 7 or 8, and I yelled to the Titans, "Yo, I'll change my fate." Looked over the cliffs at the storms in the air and said, "Rainfall, baby, I'm the new hero here." I mean, it's just that I mean, come on. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. That's, dudes, they reference the giants of Rainfall. I know some of you might not have the lore, but dude, come on. Fantastic. Fantastic. AI is nuts. It pulled the lore all over the internet for Pantheon Rise of the Fallen and created a song in the style of Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Are you kidding me? Come on. Based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create a song about the continent of rainfall in the style of Fresh. So let's go with the continent of grown fast. Oh, whoops. What's happening? Oh, I can't. I gotta retype it. My bad. Gotta retype it. I forgot you can't copy and paste. Based on lore, Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, create a song about continent of or no, it's King's Reach. My bad. King's Reach. Create a song about the continent of King's Reach in the style of. I need a song, chat. Let's go. What are we doing? Living on a Prayer. Okay, I'm not singing this. Born to be Wild for Wild's End. That's perfect. Okay. Hang on. Let me take a look here. What's the chorus say? We're halfway there. Hold on in King's Reach. Oh no, we're not gonna sing that. This is a bad idea. No. I'm typing this stuff as if I'm not saying. Born to be Wild for Wild's End. Based on lore of Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. Create a song about Wild's End in style Born to be Wild. I don't remember how it starts. Leaves go, leaves glow bright where the spirits roam. Moss-lit paths guide the wanderers home. Bay folk dance in the twilight air. And the beasts watch close from their shadowed lairs. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This dude, like, all the man, oh man, all the fun. All the fun you could have. That's crazy. So, I'll show you guys something. Let me, some of you have already seen this. What would it be under? The sidebar? Okay, how do I close the sidebar? Wait. Oh, the photo's expired. Bummer. Okay, so a few months ago, we were killing time. I think we were waiting for the servers to come up again. We decided to dabble in AI for the first time, and I was messing around with Pantheon Rise of the Fallen as always. Last year, for a good portion of the year, from the summer forward, I ran with typically 5 other individuals. We had pickup groups in between, but I spent most of my time grouped with these 5 other individuals. So I went into AI and I said, create a 200-page story based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen with a group of Krushnek, the male ogre warrior, Carrie, the female human ranger, Wandara, the male human summoner, Bobza, the male elven enchanter, and Anathea, the male human wizard, and Essien, the male human cleric, in Silent Plains, specifically. So it came up with the Echoes of the Silent Plains. Now, for those who don't know, the Silent Plains is a level 18 to, well, I guess 18 to endgame now because of Enclave. But from 18 plus is Silent Plains. So it says the setting, Silent Plains, Terminus. A vast windswept region haunted by ancient echoes and forgotten wars. Once a thriving center of arcane and divine power, now a desolate expanse where time feels fractured. The Silent Plains are littered with ruins, spectral anomalies, and remnants of the Deicide War. All true. The Deicide War, Joppa's actually talked about the Deicide War on his stream a couple of times. So now, AI figured out a party. So Krushnek, Ogre, Warrior, traits and role. Towering brute with a noble heart, frontline tank and protector. Then the Ranger, sharp-eyed scout and survivalist, master of traps, so on and so forth. AI did all this. I didn't type any of this out. Then it gave me a story structure for 200 pages. It says, here's a breakdown. It gave me acts and chapters inside. Act 1, The Gathering Storm. Chapter 1, Krushnek's Exile from Broken Maw. So I've told you guys that Barrowdark in game right now is supposed to be on Rainfall. Rainfall is the next continent to come into the game, and that's where the ogres are from. The ogres are from Broken Maw. This is where they're born, raised, trained, combat, everything is Broken Maw. Broken Maw and the Barrowdark, for those who don't know. So it went and pulled this from from all the lore of Pantheon. Now, it got a couple of things I think wrong, because I've never heard of the term Echoborn, but it references Echoborn in this story. So then, Chapter 2, Carrie tracks a spectral beast and crosses paths with Krushnek. Chapter 3, Wandara arrives with cryptic knowledge of a shattered sigil. Chapter 4, Bobza and Anathea join after a failed arcane experiment in Fairthale. Fairthale's not even in the game yet, but it's on the continent, so. Chapter 5, Essien receives a divine omen and binds the group with purpose. So it's set up how all 6 of us meet in these 5 chapters. Then you go to Act 2, Echoes and Ruins, chapters 6 to 10, and it outlines this stuff. Chapter 6, the party enters the Silent Plains and encounters time anomalies. Chapter 7, A Ruined Temple reveals the truth about the Deicide War. Chapter 8, Wandara's summoned entity turns rogue. Chapter 9, Bobza is tempted by a forbidden enchantment. Remember, Bobza's the enchanter. Chapter 10, Carrie uncovers a hidden grove where time flows backward. Yes, time anomalies would be lag cyclops. That's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so it goes through, blah blah blah. Then it says, Act 4 at the end. The party reunites to face the Echo Sovereign, a remnant of godhood. I don't know about this Echo. It pulls Echo a few times, but I don't recall reading about anything Echo. Now, VR hasn't said anything about anything Echo, so I don't know where this came from, but it references the Echo Sovereign and the Echo Born. It seems to me like the Echo Born were supposed to be like the Unstuck, but I don't think that's the same thing, and I'm pretty sure AI got this wrong. But I could be wrong. Carrie sacrifices her ranger's bond to seal a temporal rift. Krushnek channels ancestral fury to destroy the Sovereign. Essien invokes divine judgment, restoring balance to the Silent Plains. Then it gives a sample opening for Chapter 1, The Exile of Krushnek. The wind howled across the jagged cliffs of Broken Maw, carrying with it the scent. Oh, word wrap. The scent of blood and ash. Krushnek stood alone, his massive frame silhouetted against the dying sun. By the way, please let me know if the server comes up. The elders had cast him out, not for weakness, but for mercy. He had spared a rival in combat, and that was a sin no ogre could forgive. He trudged toward the horizon, where the land turned pale and quiet. The Silent Plains, a place whispered about in war songs and death rites. A place where gods had died and time had forgotten its rhythm. Krushnek did not fear silence, he feared what it might reveal. As he crossed the threshold into the plains, the air shimmered. A voice, not heard, but felt, echoed in his bones. The sigil stirs, the echo awakens. You are chosen, Krushnek of the Maw. He grunted, gripping his warhammer tighter. Chosen or not, he would carve his own fate. This is crazy. Dude, man, I fell down so many rabbit holes that night. Then AI said, would you like me to continue writing chapters, flesh out character arcs, or help you turn this into a serialized format for publishing or gaming? So I said, can you help me develop character backstories? They said, sure. Krushnek, Ogre Warrior, Origin. Born in the brutal highlands of Broken Maw, Krushnek was raised in a warrior caste where strength was law and mercy was weakness. He defied tradition by sparing a rival in ritual combat, earning exile and disgrace. So it even kept attached to all the data that it repeated sparing a rival in combat that it did earlier. If you know anything about AI when you're messing with prompts, sometimes you can give the AI the same thing twice and it'll give you different responses or different wording. So the fact that it held on to this and repeated it from the previous prompt was pretty cool. Motivation. Haunted by visions of a dying god whispering from the Silent Plains, Krushnek seeks redemption, not just for himself, but for the ogre legacy. He believes the plains hold a truth that could reshape his people's fate. Personal conflict. Struggles between his ingrained warrior instincts and a growing sense of empathy. He fears becoming the monster his tribe believes he already is. It does this for all 6 of us, which is crazy. Now, I say, can you create a backstory for a villain? This is where it gets interesting. So the villain name is Veilreth the Echoborn. Again, like I said, it comes up with Echoborn and Echo Sovereign, and I don't know what they are because I don't recall reading or hearing the word echo used anywheres. Race unknown, once human, now something fractured. They're kind of like stuck in time. Whatever happened with the Deicide War, it's like they're stuck in limbo. It's like the prison in Superman, the Phantom Zone. But they're kind of stuck between reality and death. The class is Echomancer. No idea what an Echomancer is. It says it's a forbidden fusion of Chronomancer and Necromancer. Interesting, because this hasn't been talked about by anybody. I don't know if it's based on the lore, but this has never been talked about. So the backstory, the man who refused to die. Veilreth was once a revered scholar, priest in Thronefast, devoted to preserving the divine memory of the gods after the Deicide War. He believed that memory itself was sacred, that forgetting the gods was the true death. Obsessed with preserving their echoes, he began experimenting with time magic and soul-binding rituals, hoping to trap divine remnants in temporal loops. His greatest experiment was the Echo Sigil, a device meant to anchor a god's dying breath in the silent plains. Remember the breath that spoke to us earlier. But the ritual failed catastrophically. The sigil shattered, Baelreth's body was torn across time, and his soul became unstuck. Unstuck is what I was calling the like the people at the manor, or the Eltherians in Helnirs. I always considered them I was pretty sure it was unstuck. Neither living nor dead, neither past nor present. Now Baelreth exists as a fractured being appearing differently to each who sees him, young and idealistic, old and decayed, or a flickering shadow of both. He commands the Echo Sovereign, a god fragment bound to his will, and seeks to rewrite history by collapsing all timelines into one, his own. Don't know what a god fragment is, that hasn't been mentioned either. Although I have heard Joppa mention gods and deities and so on as far as the lore goes in Pantheon. So his motivation, and again, I didn't prompt this, AI wrote all this out, to restore the gods by erasing everything else. Baelreth believes that the only way to resurrect the divine is to collapse the multi-threaded reality of Terminus into a single divine echo. He sees the party as obstacles, especially Essien, whose faith threatens Baelreth's control over the Echo Sovereign. Essien, of course, is the cleric. Powers and threats. Temporal rift walking can appear in multiple places and times simultaneously. Echo constructs summons spectral versions of the party from alternate timelines, so evil us's. Sigil reforging seeks the shattered sigil pieces scattered across the silent plains. Mind echoes can invade memories and rewrite emotional truths. Personal conflict. Baelreth still mourns the gods, not out of reverence, but because he believes they were betrayed by mortals. He sees himself as their last priest, their final voice. Deep down, he fears that he's become the very kind of mortal who doomed them. Then AI asked me, would you like me to write a scene where the party first encounters Baelreth, or maybe a flashback from his perspective showing the moment he broke time itself? So I said, can you write a scene where the party meets Baelreth? Absolutely. The Echoing Chapel. Setting, a crumbling chapel of forgotten gods half buried in the dust of the Silent Plains. I take this as the Enclave. It's the only chapel that we've come across where the priestess is down below, so I take this as the Enclave. The air is unnaturally still. Time feels suspended. Faint whispers echo from nowhere and everywhere. The scene. The party stood at the threshold of the chapel, its spires shattered and half swallowed by the earth. Moonlight bled through the broken roof, casting fractured shadows across the altar. Essien stepped forward first, his hand trembling around his holy symbol. This place, it remembers, he whispered. Krushnek grunted, that it remembers pain. Carrie knelt beside a cracked statue, her fingers brushing the stone. These gods were buried alive. Suddenly, the air shifted. A low hum vibrated through the floor, and the temperature dropped. Wandara's summoned wisp flickered and vanished. From the altar, a figure emerged, not walking, but unfolding, like a memory being replayed. His form shimmered between ages, a young man in priestly robes, an old scholar with hollow eyes, a shadow stitched from broken time. Baelreth. You tread upon sacred echoes, he said, voice layered with multiple tones, some ancient, some unborn. Do you hear them? The gods we betrayed. Remember, he believes that they betrayed the gods and ended them, and he wants to bring the gods back by wiping out everybody else. Baelreth turned to him, smiling with sadness. Neither are you. Oh, sorry. Bob's a step back, eyes wide. You're not real. Baelreth turned to him, smiling with sadness. Neither are you. Not entirely. You are the sum of choices not yet made. Anathea raised her staff, arcane energy crackling. What are you? I am what remains when memory refuses to die. Krushnek stepped forward, hammer drawn. Speak plainly, ghost. Vailrith's eyes, one glowing with golden light, the other black as void, locked onto Krushnek. You were chosen by the plains, but you do not yet understand what that means. Ession's voice broke through the tension. You are Vailrith, the Echoborn, the one who shattered the sigil. Vailrith nodded slowly. I shattered nothing. I preserved what you were too afraid to remember. He raised his hand, and the chapel groaned. From the shadows, spectral versions of the party emerged, twisted echoes of themselves bearing scars from futures that hadn't happened yet. Before you can restore the gods, Vailrith said, you must face the echoes of who you might become. And with that, the battle began, not of steel and spell, but of memory and identity. Then down here it says, would you like me to continue this scene into a combat sequence or explore how each character reacts from their own echo? Now keep in mind, AI has actually stayed attached to every single prompt I have typed before. It didn't go off script once. So I come here and I type, what would happen next in the scene? Scene continuation, echoes unleashed. The spectral echoes of the party flickered into full form, each one twisted by regrets, fears, and unrealized futures. Then it breaks down all 6 of our echoes. So Krushnek's echo was a blood-drenched warlord, eyes hollow from endless conquest. He roared, mercy is weakness. You could have ruled the Maw. Broken Maw, of course, I mentioned earlier. Carrie's echo was a lone hunter, surrounded by the ghosts of her fallen companions. You let them die. You always do. Wandara's echo was fused with his summoned entity, half human, half eldritch. You are the vessel. You were never meant to be whole. Bob's echo was a tyrant enchanter, manipulating minds like puppets. Control is clarity. Emotions are noise. Anathea's echo was a hollow-eyed archivist, or archivist, her memories overwritten by forbidden texts. You are a footnote. You were never the author. Ession's echo was a zealot, eyes burning with divine fire. Faith demands sacrifice. Burn the heretics. Burn yourself. The real party staggered, each one gripped by the weight of their own possible futures. Vailrith hovered above the altar, arms outstretched. You see now, the plains do not forget. They show you what you could become, what you already are. Krushnek charged his echo, hammer swinging. The blow shattered the illusion, but not the doubt. I am not that beast, he growled. Carrie fired an arrow into her echo's heart, but the ghost smiled as it faded. You will be. Anathea began chanting a counterspell, weaving threads of memory to anchor the party's identities. Hold fast to who you are, she cried, or we'll be rewritten. Bobza hesitated. His echo whispered, you could fix everything. Just one enchantment. But he turned away, choosing silence over control. Remember, it mentioned earlier that Bobza screwed up with his enchantments, right? So they're referencing from back at the beginning of this whole thing. Essien stepped forward, facing Vailrith directly. You are not divine. You are decay. Vailrith's form flickered unstable. I am what remains when gods are forgotten, and you are the ones who will forget yourselves. With a final surge of light, Wandara summoned a protective ward, shattering the echoes and forcing Vailrith to retreat into a temporal rift, but not before whispering. The sigil calls. You will follow, and when you do, you will choose wrong. The chapel fell silent once more, but the party knew. The silent plains had shown them more than echoes. They had shown them the cost of failure. Then it said, would you like to explore how this encounter changes each character going forward? So I said, can you suggest side quests related to their echoes? So then it goes and gives me quests for each of the people. Like, I wish I could say I can't make this up. Like, I can't make this up. Like it, dude. Like it's fascinating what you could do with this. I mean, if I had time and probably a year or two, I could write an entire novel just based off of all this information that's here. Servers are still down. Pantheon Discord is silent. Haven't even acknowledged it went down. Really? Let me see. Let me see what's going on. Yeah, you're right. There's no mention. Well, that is unfortunate. Well, we're still holding out just in case. There was something else I wanted to show you guys. Oh yeah, this is where I went in and said, based on the lore, can you create portraits for each of the characters? But I guess portraits expire over time, so AI ended up getting rid of them. And then we had Veilrith, or that's Essien. Where's Veilrith? We had Veilrith down here. I don't think we had anything else to this story. Oh wait, what's this here? Oh no, that's a description of the portraits. Yeah, okay. So we had that. So then we also dabbled with, was it this? Rainfall? So using the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create a story about the adventures of the male ogre Krushnek on the continent of Rainfall. Include growing up in Broken Maw and venturing through the Barrowdark before setting out. So then it goes through the saga of Krushnek, son of Broken Maw. Talks about the origin. Krushnek was born beneath the jagged cliffs of Broken Maw. Jagged cliffs were mentioned in the other story. This was a whole different entry right here. The ancestral homeland of the ogres. The Maw was a place of brutal lessons, where survival was earned through strength, cunning, and the will to endure. As a child, Krushnek learned to wrestle stone-scaled beasts in the pits, to wield crude iron clubs forged in smoke-choked forges, and to honor the spirits of his kin through ritual chants that echoed across the canyon walls. Yet Krushnek was not content to remain bound to the Maw's traditions. He listened to the whispers of wandering shamans who spoke of rainfall, a continent scarred by ancient wars and haunted by forgotten gods. His heart burned with the desire to carve his own legend into its soil. So then it talks about descent into the Barrowdark. So it talks about the trial of silence that he went through, the trial of hunger, the trial of memory. Then it talks about setting out across Rainfall. So it mentions the Ashen Plains. Ashen Plains hasn't been mentioned yet, so I'm assuming on Rainfall, when Rainfall comes in, hopefully towards the end of summer, they'll mention the zones. So there's the Ashen Plains, something called the Ironwood Frontier. I'm not entirely sure if these are legit places. It says the ruins of Thronefast. I'm not sure where this came from. It says he sought the ruins of Thronefast where human kings once ruled to uncover relics of forgotten wars. Humans live in Thronefast. Thronefast is the castle. But I'm not sure what this means. I don't know if there's a reference to Thronefast on Rainfall. I have no idea. And then there's the Stormwatch Peaks, which I have no idea what they are either. Closing note. The bards of Rainfall now sing of Krushnek as the Flame of the Maw. His tale is still unfolding, but every step he takes carries the weight of his ancestors and the promise of a new destiny. Would you like me to expand this into a bard's ballad, a song that could be sung in taverns across Rainfall? I said expand this into a bard's ballad. Ballad of Krushnek, Flame of the Maw. From broken Maw's jagged stone, an ogre child was born alone. Krushnek rose with fire in hand, dreaming far beyond his land. Through Barrowdark's eternal night, he faced the silence, fought the fight. Serpents slain and shadows quelled, by oath of flame his spirit swelled. Oh, sing, sing, the flame of the Maw, who carved his fate by tooth and claw. Through Rainfall's plains and storm-wrought skies, his legend burns, it never dies. Across the ashen plains he strode, through Ironwood where raiders rode. In Thronefast's ruins, kings lay still, yet Krushnek sought a higher will. Stormwatch peaks the god's domain, he swore to climb through wind and rain. not brood alone, but wisdom's spark would light his path against the dark. Raise your cups, let voices soar, for Krushnek's tale forevermore. The ogre's flame, the maw's proud song, a hero's march, both fierce and strong. I mean, dude, I can't even take credit for this. Then it said, this version keeps the rhythm and repetition that bards love. Easy to chant with refrains that tavern goers can join in. So now it's pulling information from the internet about bards and how they operate. And this is what it's come up with. Would you like me to compose a shorter tavern-style chorus that could be repeated between verses so it feels more like a performance piece sung by drunk adventurers around a fire? I said compose a shorter tavern-style chorus. The tavern chorus for Krushnek. Raise your mugs, the fire shall roar, Krushnek's name forevermore. From broken maw to rainfall skies, the flame of the maw will never die. Wild. Now, here's the really cool one. This is the one that I think I have all the text for this one. So the trick with AI only allows you to type a certain number of characters in something and then it cuts off. I didn't know that. Like, for example, you might get 180,000 words and then it'll stop. Or it'll start deleting everything at the beginning for you to keep that 180,000 words going. But you lose everything in the beginning, which is what happened to me. Now, I think it's this one? Oh, I think it might be this one. Okay, hang on. Let me... Oh, we can do this. So I had AI look at the different continents in Pantheon, and I had to come up with 3 ballads, bard ballads, based on the 3 continents. So using the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create ballads telling the stories of the 3 continents. So I didn't tell them what the continents were. Ballad of Kingsreach, the Crown of the Dawn. Kingsreach is one of the paragraphs. Artois is getting a hold of tech. I guess nobody let them know until now. Oh, wow. Okay. So, home of humans, elves, and halflings, a land of golden fields, ancient forests, and the shadows, a shadow of old wars. O kings, reach fair with your rivers wide, where the sons of Terminus first took pride. From Avendir's oath to the sacred Six, you stood through storms the gods could not fix. Raise the banners, let the horns resound, for the crown of the dawn shall never bow down. Through the Deicide's fire, through the endless night, King's reach endures in the morning light. The elves sang high in the moonlit glade, while halflings danced in the barley shade. Yet steel was drawn when the ravaging came, and the fields ran red in the Rainborn's name. Interesting. Then there's the Ballad of Rainfall, the Dragon's Shadow. The heartland of the Rainborn Dragon Kings, where ogres, Scar, and Darkmere curve their fate. Scar, of course, are not in the game at this time. I think they're going to be introduced with White Thaw, which is the 3rd continent, but they might bring him in during Rainfall. I don't know. So beneath the wings of the Dragon King, the mountains quake, the war drums sing. Ogres rose with their thunderous might. Scar crept forth in the shroud of night. In Rainfall's halls where the shadows grow, the dragon's breath is the only law you'll know. Now, they reference the law. There are the 7 laws, or the 7 books on Rainfall that ogres live by, what is kind of like their religion. From the blackened shore to the molten spire, all bow low to the Rainborn's fire. Darkmere wept in the ocean's keep, for the drowned gods they could not reap. Yet in the tide and the tempest's roar, they swore revenge forevermore. Then we go to Ballad of White Thaw. White Thaw is the 3rd continent, which we probably won't see until next year. So it's called the Silent North. A frozen expanse of ice and stone where dwarves, Arkai, and gnomes endure the long winter. Arkai and gnomes are not in game, although I know a lot of people are waiting for the gnomes. A lot of people. Not me, but a lot of people. The gnomes come in on the moon. Just so you guys know, the game is supposed to have 2 moons. One of them is pretty much like Gnome Land. White Thaw sleeps in a cloak of frost, counting the years and the lives it's lost. Dwarves stand guard in their halls of stone, while the archive's flame burns alone. Through the blizzard's howl and the glacier's moan, we carve our fate in the frozen bone. No sun to warm, no gods to save, only the strong find more than a grave. Gnomes whisper deep in the crystal caves of realms long gone and the paths they paved. Yet the ice remembers each hero's name, etched in frost, eternal flame. Then it says, if you'd like, I can also compose these as fully fleshed bard songs with refrains, bridges, and performance notes. This is where it gets crazy. So they'd feel like something you could actually sing in a tavern in Terminus. That way, they'd work both as lore pieces and in-game roleplay material. Compose these as fully fleshed bard songs. All right, here we go. The Crown of the Dawn, Song of King's Reach. Tempo, majestic and steady with 4/4 time. Mood, proud, uplifting with a touch of nostalgia. Instrumentation, lute, fiddle, and baudrin drum. I can't make this up. AI made this up. I can't make this up. So then it has verse 1. Then it has the pre-chorus. Then it has the chorus. Then it has verse 2. Then it has the bridge leading up to the end, and then it has the final chorus. Then we go to the Dragon Shadow, Song of Rainfall, based on the theme of the continent, ogres. Tempo, driving and dark, 6/8 time. I don't even know what 6/8 time is. Sounds like drum time. Mood, ominous, powerful, with a sense of ancient danger. Instrumentation, deep drums, war horn, and low strings. Come on, it's gathering all the information for the ecosystem of the continents and then designating instruments based on where you would like. Dudes, you can't tell me this isn't impressive. It's crazy. Same thing. First verse, pre-chorus, chorus, verse 2, the bridge, the final chorus. These are all songs that can be sung. So then we get to the Silent North, the Song of White Thaw. Tempo is slow and solemn with 3/4 time. The mood is cold, enduring with a quiet strength. The instrumentation is harp, flute, and deep drum, and then its song as well. Now, unfortunately, I was trying to continue, but it got cut off and I lost a fair bit of this. So unfortunately, there was nothing I could do there. Now, what's this? Is this? Oh yes, okay. So based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, create the Ballad of Broken Maw. So it references Gorok. I'm not exactly sure who Gorok is, but I do know that Gorok, Gorrok, is in Black Rose Keep. Gorok Woodcleave is the named in the lumberyard, just so you guys know. So I don't know who Gorok is with an H, but it sounds like it could be an ogre name. It talks about magma rivers, 7 clans in Shadowed Might. The 7 clans have reference to the 7 tomes. There we go. There's the tomes there. So again, it went specifically into Pantheon lore for the ogres in Rainfall and came up with this song. See what else is referenced here. The tomes in chains. Some clans hid theirs in Molten Keep where blind men guard and shadows creep. Others sought to read the runes by mages' fire and silver moons. So these were the 7 books that were taken by the 7 different factions. Then the shattering happened. So then came the night the maw was torn, by treachery and oath forsworn. A tome was lost, its seal undone. So 7 books became 6. The Graven's wrath eclipsed the sun. Mountains wept and rivers bled. The sky rained ash upon the dead. Yet still the maw through broken swore to guard the rest forevermore. What is the cool story? Is this the cool story? How does this end? What did I do here? So I typed it. Okay, so I typed the first time, it screwed up. So here I went, create a 400-page story based on the lore of Pantheon Rise of the Fallen with a group, blah, 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 blah. As they meet in the tavern in Avelia, travel to the Goblin Caves to rescue citizens that have been kidnapped. After rescuing the citizens, they celebrate back at the tavern that evening, and then in the morning head out to explore Thronefast, where they will meet the Gadai bandits, royalty of Castle Thronefast, and the unstuck of the manor. This is what I had typed, because I was pretty sure up at the manor, I was pretty sure they were called the unstuck. I might be wrong there, but I was pretty sure they were the unstuck. So then we come down here and it goes Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen, The Bonds of Avelia. Story overview. Genre, high fantasy. Setting, Terminus, a world steeped in ancient magic, fractured alliances, and looming threats. Themes, brotherhood, redemption, sacrifice, and the mystery of the unstuck. So again, it made our characters and used roughly the same descriptions as the other story. Now, I don't know if maybe the AI, I'm assuming the AI understood what I had typed earlier and then matched words together and poof, here we go. Now, the descriptions are not exact. They are different, but it's laid out somewhat similar. So then it says Act 1, The Gathering Storm. Setting, Tavern of the Broken Chalice in Avelia. So I always thought that the Tavern of the Broken Chalice was the name of the tavern, but I think the tavern is called something else. I can't remember the name. The six strangers meet by fate or design, drawn together by rumors of goblin raids. Tension brews between Krushnek and Bobza over a spilled drink, but Essien diffuses it. Carrie reveals that citizens from nearby farms have vanished, likely taken to the goblin caves. Wandara senses a deeper arcane disturbance tied to the kidnappings. They agree to form a temporary alliance and set out at dawn. Act 2, Into the Goblin Caves. The party battles through twisted tunnels facing traps, goblin shamans, and cave beasts. Krushnek earns the group's respect by shielding them during a cave-in. Bobza uncovers a goblin relic that whispers secrets of the unstuck. This is the story that got cut off. Okay, I'll tell you why this was the coolest. I will tell you why this is the coolest story. This is almost, it's almost unbelievable. Okay, so citizens are found imprisoned in a ritual chamber. Anathea disrupts the spell mid-cast. Essien heals the wounded, and Carrie leads the survivors out under cover of night. Act 3, Celebration and Secrets. Back at the tavern, the group is hailed as heroes. Wandara studies the goblin relic and warns of a coming convergence. Anathea receives a cryptic letter from Castle Thronefast requesting her presence. Krushnek, once a mercenary, is offered a place in the city guard, but declines. The group decides to journey to Thronefast together. Act 4, Thronefast Unveiled. The city bustles with intrigue. Nobles whisper of rebellion, and the Gadai bandits grow bold. Carrie uncovers a plot to assassinate a royal heir. Bobza infiltrates the Gadai hideout using illusion and charm. Charm. The group meets King Valian and Princess Cerilith, who seek aid against the Unstuck. Essien learns that the Unstuck are souls severed from time, neither dead nor alive, just like the previous story, okay, where they called them Unstuck. Act 5, The Manor of Echoes. Here's Echoes again. Now, here's what I know of the manor. You have to understand, we did this a long time ago. It was talked about on one of Joppa's streams about the history of Seville Manor and the manors that are due to show up around the world, around Terminus. So there are a number of different manor ruins that are going to show up. It's not just the manor in Thronefast. There will be all over Terminus. So it's pretty awesome that it picked up the Manor of Echoes, the fact that there are multiple manors spread throughout the continent. So the party enters the haunted manor where the Unstuck dwell. Time fractures. Memories bleed into reality. The other manors are coming to the game. They're just not in yet. That's also what was said. Wandara confronts a future version of himself, corrupted by summoning magic. Remember the previous story talked about the villain who messed with time, right? They were seeing possible future evil selves or evil thems. Krushnek faces his past as a war criminal redeemed through sacrifice. The war criminal would be the failed trial, where we spared a life. The group battles the Unstuck Warden, a being of shattered timelines. Anathea channels forbidden magic to seal the rift, but at great cost. Then the epilogue. bonds forged in flame. The group, forever changed, parts ways with promises to reunite. Essien begins a chronicle of their journey titled The Bonds of Avelia. A final scene shows the goblin relic pulsing with light, hinting at a greater threat awakening. This here is the craziest thing out of everything I've just said to you guys in the last 20 minutes. And the reason being is, not only did AI create a complete story start to finish, but it cliffhanged the book. It automatically took all the information and cliffhanged into another book with that goblin relic. It makes it seem like the story ends there. And the scene that I lost was that they were in the tavern and they had made agreements to meet up again down the road, whatever. And as they got up to leave, I think it was Bobza had forgotten the goblin relic at the table and it began to glow. And that was the end of the story. So it wrote a complete story for me based on that party in Pantheon Rise of the Fallen and cliffhanged it at the end, and I didn't ask it to do any of that. I don't know where it would get the idea to continue the story, but it continued the story all on its own. There was no the end. It's a to be continued. You can't tell me that's mind-blowingly nuts that it came up with the idea to continue the story. You could have so much fun with AI, like chat, man. Like this AI is pretty cool. I mean, obviously there are situations where you wouldn't want to use AI, but this has been pretty cool. And then here's the sample opening paragraph. So this is the beginning of the book. So the tavern was loud with laughter and the clanking of mugs, but beneath the revelry a storm brewed. Krushnek sat alone, his massive frame hunched over a bowl of stew too small for his appetite. Across the room, Carrie watched him with the wary eyes of a hunter sizing up prey. Wandara scribbled notes into a leather-bound tome, while Bobza flirted with a barmaid using illusions of dancing lights. Anathea ignored them all, her gaze fixed on the fire. And Essien, ever the observer, felt the threads of fate tighten around them. Tonight, 6 strangers would become something more. Then it said, would you like me to expand this into a full chapter? I said, expand this story into a full chapter, build character backstories, create a main villain that they must face in Thronefast with backstory. So it created Chapter 1, Echoes in the Broken Chalice. And it says, the Tavern of the Broken Chalice roared with laughter, the clang of tankards and the warm scent of spiced ale. Flickering torchlight danced across timbered walls, revealing banners faded with age and tales of past glories. In a corner booth, 6 strangers sat, each drawn here by a whisper of danger and a hope for coin or redemption. Krushnek's massive frame loomed over a bowl of stew too small for his appetite. Scars crisscrossed his greenish skin, trophies of battles fought long ago. He'd come seeking rumors of goblin raids, not for gold, but to atone for deeds he couldn't erase. Perched by a window, Carrie surveyed the muddy street outside. Her bow rested within arm's reach, a silent partner to her keen, watchful eyes. She'd tracked goblin scouts for weeks, each hoofbeat and cracking twig bringing her closer to answers, and vengeance for a stolen childhood. At a rough-hewn table, Wandara tapped quill to parchment, sketching arcane symbols between sips of wine. Every few moments his gaze drifted to the swirling patterns in his open grimoire. He sensed a magical disturbance tied to these kidnappings, one that whispered of forces beyond mere goblins. Nearby, Bobza wove tiny illusions of dancing sparks above his ale. With a cheeky grin, he let them drift toward a serving girl until one stray spark knocked her tray and drenched Krushnek's stew. The ogre's hand tightened on his mug, ready to swing. Before the first blow landed, Essien rose from his seat. Calm radiated from the cleric as he placed a gentle hand on Krushnek's arm. His soft words and quiet authority diffused the tension, reminding everyone that steel and sorcery were more dangerous to allies than to foes. Anathea leaned against the far wall, eyes never leaving the hearth. A sealed scroll was clutched in her hand, a summons from Castle Thronefast. She had her own reasons for being here and she would not speak of them until the moment was right. A hush fell when the barkeep wiped down the bar and announced that more villagers had vanished near the old goblin caves. Candlelight flickered across 6 faces, each recognizing the same unspoken call to action. This was the spark that would bind them together. Over the heady scent of roasted meat, they gathered information. 24 souls taken, goblin raids growing bolder, shards of old magic found near the cave entrance. Wandara traced a finger over a crude map, pinpointing where they would begin their hunt. By the time the moon climbed high, the pact was sealed. They vowed to meet at first light, steel and spell in hand, to plunge into darkness and rescue the innocent. Outside, the wind carried a warning. Shadows moved in the alleys, and unseen eyes watched their every move. In the darkest corner of the tavern, a hooded figure slipped away. Pale eyes glowed with cold purpose. Far to the north, in the halls of Thronefast, this stranger's masterwork was beginning, but that tale lay ahead. That's the bad guy. Chat, like, dudes, come on now. Is anybody else impressed? Anybody else? There might not be anybody here listening to me, but I'm telling you, man, like this dude, character backstories. Krushnek ogre warrior, raised in wild ogre clans and sold as a slave at 14. Fought as a mercenary across Terminus, earning both coin and infamy. Haunted by orders given and lives taken, now seeks redemption. Wields a 2-handed great axe carved with clan runes, and it does this for everybody. Then the Shadow of Thronefast is the main villain, Lord Maladreth Volumar. That's the dude that slipped out of the tavern at the end. So he's known as the Veilbinder of Thronefast. His role is noble mage turned conspirator, master of the forbidden arts. Then it goes through his whole story. I won't bore you with it, but he goes through the whole thing. It says that Maladreth commands an army of corrupted unstuck, each echoing a fallen memory. There's Echo again. Wards of living shadow that drain light and hope, and arcane tendrils that warp the minds of those who listen too long. And then it just kept going. So there's descent into the goblin caves. It starts there with us going into the goblin caves themselves. We meet Maladreth's minions at the bottom of the caves or deep into the caves. Then there's the secrets of Thronefast's haunted catacombs. So, interesting fact for those who don't know. In the town of Avelia is the Well. At the bottom of the well is an NPC by the name of Lendl, Lendle. Next to Lendl is a door. That door can't be opened. You know where that door goes? That door goes to the catacombs of Thronefast. So you're supposed to be able to go through that door and travel all the way down and under and come up in the Castle Thronefast. I'm not even making that up. So now you know. If you didn't know before, you know now. So they talk about here the group stood before the hidden entrance beneath Castle Thronefast. A mosaic of intertwined skeletons sealed the archway, bones bleached by centuries. Anathea traced a single broken femur and whispered an unlocking phrase, the fragments shifting with a mournful creak. The passage beyond yawned like a maw begging to be filled. Torchlight revealed corridors lined with alcoves where the unstuck lingered in half-formed memories. At one niche, a knight replayed his final vow in endless loop. At another, a mother wept over a cradle of dust and echoes. Wandara sketched these scenes, each a thread in Maladreth's tapestry of sorrow. They discovered a marble sarcophagus carved with the Volumar crest. Ession's holy symbol flared as the lid slid open, unveiling a fractured mirror that trembled with trapped souls. Reflected within were distorted faces of friends and foes alike, proof that the Veilbinder drew power from reflections of the living. As they pieced together Maladreth's plan, distant drums of war echoed through the stones. The catacombs themselves seemed to sigh, urging them onwards. Somewhere beyond lay the heart of the binding eclipse, and the Veilbinder waited, ready to unleash a darkness that could consume every soul in Thronefast. Then it said, what should they discover next within the deepest crypt? As the party explores the crypt, they discover a hidden library containing the Dragon Accords and information on the dragon known as Rock Nilthamos. I typed this. This is actual the whole Dragon Accord. It's the Dragon Accord is a whole other thing. There's a guild on the server called the Dragon Accord. This is why. It's a whole story unto itself with the 6 main dragons and so on and so forth. That's for another time. I have information about that, but that's for another time. So torchlight danced over dust-choked shelves as the party pressed deeper into the crypt's winding halls. Behind a carved obsidian panel, Anathea unearthed a narrow doorway hidden by centuries of rubble. Pushing it aside revealed a vaulted chamber lined with oaken bookcases and stone plinths, an ancient library sealed against prying eyes. Now, it did this all by itself. Rows of leather-bound tomes and scroll cases filled the air with the scent of aged parchment. And there's no typing errors, there's no jumble, there's no jargon. It's all laid out like I'm reading it perfectly fine. Wandara ran a hand along gilt-inlaid spines, each tilted in draconic treaties, annals, and arcane codices. Babza traced delicate runes glowing faintly on a marble lectern, detecting layers of enchantment woven through the text to ward against theft or desecration. Essien reverently lifted a scroll stamped with a coiled dragon emblem, the Dragon Accords. Unfurled, they revealed a compendium of bargains struck between mortal kings and elder worm lords. These accords bound dragons to protect the realm in exchange for sanctuary and tribute, outlining rights to summon their aid or compel their counsel. On an adjacent pedestal lay a monumental codex devoted to Rock Nilthamos. Its painted panels depicted a titanic storm worm wreathed in crackling lightning, wings spanning gale-tossed clouds. Marginalia recounted his pact with Thronefast's first monarch, sealing peace after the War of Lilac Skies. I don't know what Lilac Skies is. It warned that Rock Nilthamos slumbers in the cloud-spine peaks, roused only by rites hinted at in these very pages. Now, I don't think we'll ever meet the dragons. I think the dragons are meant to be lore, and I think this story takes place before where the game is now. I think. Because I don't believe the dragons exist at this time. Carrie's eyes widened as she read of a prophecy. When shadows eclipsed the throne and veins of the unstuck pulse with stolen life, only the Storm Warden can cleave night from day. The Dragon Accords detailed the precise preparation, threaded with dragonsteel dust, skyfire incense, and an oath sworn beneath lightning's roar. They exchanged charged glances. Maladreth's binding eclipse drew nearer, and here lay their hope and peril. To call Rock Nilthamos was to gamble with a force beyond reckoning, yet without the Storm Warden's might, Thronefast would fall. Clutching scrolls and codices, they turned from the hidden library, resolve hardening like forged steel as the drums of war echoed through the catacombs. Then I typed, what are other notable dragons in my story? Other notable dragons in Terminus. So this is probably some sneaky information for you guys. It all seems pretty legit so far. So here are 5 additional worms whose fates intertwine with the Dragon Accords and the looming binding eclipse. There is Ceranthus, the Ember Sovereign, or the Red Dragon. Eloriel, Silver Song, the Silver Dragon. Zephyrion of the Gale Wastes, the Blue Dragon. Thalringar, the Deep Warden, or the Black Dragon. And Oraxis, Golden Radiance, the Gold Dragon. As far as I know, these are legit dudes in this universe, in this mythos or story or what have you. So then story hooks. So it gives suggestions on how to hook a reader, meaning that when you start reading it, how do we draw you further and further into the book to keep flipping the pages? That's always a trick with authors when they write books. A really good author will know how to insert certain things that will keep your attention. When you're wanting to go watch TV or go do your laundry, there's something written in that story that will grab you and cause you to stay in that book. So it says quest threads. Each dragon's lair offers trials tailored to its nature. A volcanic forge for Ceranthus, a frost-tongued cavern for Eloriel, sandstorms for Zephyrion, toxic swamps for Thalringar, and a temple atop sheer cliffs for Oraxis. Then it says moral dilemmas. Dragons may demand sacrifices that test the hero's ideals, knowledge that war must be fought, mercy tempered by justice, or trust in royal heirs. Then it says political intrigue. Zephyrian's intelligence network can expose Maladreth's hidden allies in Thronefast's court, while the Deep Warden's influence over goblin tribes reveals the broader reach of the Unstuck. Then there's ancient rituals, recovering relics, a thunder-forged hammer, a crystal goblet of healing, a storm-woven banner, could be essential components for the Storm Warden's right to summon Rock Nilthamos. These worms deepen the world's complexity, offering allies, adversaries, and moral crossroads. Then I said, how can I integrate dragon lore into my world building? Establish origins and lineages. Weave dragons into culture and religion. Chronicle dragon-touched history. Shape politics and economy. Map dragon territory. It's telling you how to design your own world. Like, it's telling you how to design your own mythos. Embed magical and ritual significance. Create orders, cults, and factions. Forge story hooks and quests. And then I stopped there because I think it was getting late, and so on and so forth. Now, I thought there was one more story. No, that's everything. Okay, anyhow, chat, we're right on time. The servers aren't up. It's 12:30. I got to get to bed. So to those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time. I don't know what the game plan is for tomorrow, being Thursday. Chances are we'll be back in Pantheon, probably whining, complaining, and figuring stuff out. Yeah, I think that's where we are. Anyhow, as always, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.